Hello. Welcome. Maybe. Are we all good here? Music's going. Mic is on. Papa's here. You want to say hello, Papa?
Hello, everybody. Let's go.
He's off camera right now, but he's got a nice mic, and I've got the mute switch. That's important.
I figured if my face is not on screen, you'd have more likely chance of raising more money for the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
Yeah.
I have a face for radio.
All right. We have a lot to do today. We have 5 Game Boys to mod. Well, really 3 Game Boys to mod. I need to look at the correct camera today because right now we've got the main R5 pointed at me for this angle. We've got the top-down look as usual from the EOS R, but then my face cam right here is my actual webcam. So, because I'm too big for this camera to fit into this border, so I'm gonna look nice and crisp when I'm full screen today. Also, the Game Boy border, I'd have to like really sit back. So this is what we're doing today. Thank you for everybody who has already liked the stream. If you haven't already, please do. If you want to share this with a friend or family member, preferably a rich person who likes to give money, who likes tax breaks in January, but we're gonna donate as much as we can today. I set the goal at $2,000 just because we hit over 2,000 last year, but that was also including the Game Boy sales that we did last year, which was $1,000 in total there. I think it'd be cool to hit $1,000 in donations, and I think it'd be cool to get all 5 of the Game Boys sold immediately. But 4 out of the 5 Game Boy mods will be $250. The Game Boy Color will be $200 just because I think we can get more this year. They are all bigger and better than last year. So yeah, it's for charity. It's not for me. I've already posted the receipt online in case anybody's wondering. And everything that goes through YouTube, if you just want to donate, if you aren't looking for a Game Boy today, then you can hit the super chat. And let me make sure. Can I see? Probably under viewer activity. Yeah. Okay. Me or Father will say something over the mic when you donate. We'll read your donation out loud and thank you. And anything through the YouTube super chat will go directly to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. I don't touch any of that money. I don't want to touch any of that money. So go ahead and donate. But I will have to donate the money that is made through the Game Boy sales. And if you go to the website right now, even if it's not through the link in the description, only thing you can buy until the end of the charity event is the charity event stuff. So there will be no confusion. If you buy one of my personal, or any of my personal stock, that does not go to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. So I made sure none of that is available for at least the next few hours.
Once the stream is over, if you missed out on the ones for the charity event and you still want to buy something, you can still support Jake afterwards, which is appreciated as well.
But we're here for charity today.
This is the focus.
Yeah. Not trying to self-promote too much, but we can go ahead and get started. If you want me to say your name out loud, just as normal, as we normally do on the stream, say something in the chat, and I will start reading off names. We've got Matt, DC, oh gosh, Dim Leaf Fall. I think that makes sense. Sort of. Esteban, William, that's my brother-in-law. Video Game Restoration, hello.
Favorite brother.
My favorite brother-in-law, my only brother-in-law as of right now. Hyrulean Kale. Bunch of repeats. My mom, Midpixel, Samantha, and Opal. That's my sister and my niece. Apparently, Millie is not included in that. Samantha did not include Millie. Poor Millie. We got Yoves. Yoves. I'm going to go with Yoves. Correct me if I'm wrong in any of these. Downright Spiffy. World of Elite Gaming. We got Dracandia. Remy. Nick. Anthony. JL James. They're adding in as I'm going. And I think that's it. Did I say mid-pixel? I'll say it again if I didn't. But yeah. Hello. How are you guys doing? Are you ready to get some donations in for charity? Michael J. Fox is not getting any of the Game Boys. It's clickbait. It's clickbait for charity, so it's okay. Millie will join us after she wakes up. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We got 29 people in here and 30 likes. If you have not liked it, there's probably some people in here that are not in here that have already liked the stream. But again, share this with a friend. And if you want to donate, you can donate in the super chat area. I believe that's in the chat. I don't know. I usually am streaming and not watching streams on YouTube. But yeah, there should be like a little money sign in the bottom, I think. Yeah. And we got Modvin GM. Apologize. I don't know how to say that one.
I don't know how. DC's asking me to check Discord DMs quickly.
I can check the DMs real quick because he won't know how to do that. Whoa! DC donated 50 euros. Schnikes. Thank you, DC. It did go to the donation thing, I believe. There might be another spot to donate, but if you do the super chat, it should go to the Michael J. Fox Foundation, and it should pop up on screen. I believe I have that set up still. I guess we didn't actually test that yesterday in the test stream, but thank you, DC. 50 euros is a lot. That's more than $50.
Thank you.
Thank you, DC, for getting this kickstarted. I know there was a couple, or at least one other donation. It was like $40 yesterday when I checked, because you can donate before, and you can, I think I have it set to, you can donate until the end of the month. I don't know if anybody wants to check on that, but we got another 5 euros from Anonymous. Very cool name, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Must be French.
Oh, oui. What does the fox say? I can't even think of any of the sounds that they do in the song, mainly because I tried not to listen to that. But I don't know what the fox says. I don't know what the fox says. Oh, Michael J. Fox. I just got that.
You'll have to forgive my son.
He's a little slow. But I
didn't get it either.
Yeah. I will grab the DMG stuff thanks to retro modding. I'm also going to turn down the music for me. Is the music a little loud for you guys?
Yeah. Can you? It's not for me. Can you start off by just mentioning a bunch of the people that don't like retro game?
Well, they'll be donated.
I didn't know if you want to take a moment just to highlight them or not.
We'll wait till their time to shine.
I'll shut up then.
Okay. Name some people that aren't a part of it.
Feel free to mute me now.
Yeah, I should right now. But if you want to read off any of the chats, if you saw anything that should be brought up or mentioned, you can do that now while I unpack this.
I think you kind of rattled on a bunch of the stuff. We did verify that Jake's mom is your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And then DC just said end of the month is correct. The donation button has 4 days left. I know it gets a little bit tight at the end of the month for most everybody. Just buckle down and do it. It's for a great cause, and we hope and pray that it goes to doing awesome things.
Mm-hmm.
Will this be a VOD general vid later?
This will be a VOD, just like last year. I usually take down my my streams and I put them on the VODs channel. This is going to be one of the VODs that stays on the main channel, just because it's an event, and not everybody is subscribed to the VODs channel, so I just wanted to get to as many eyes as possible. So it will stay up as a VOD on this channel. But I am recording this, so I'm not recording this. I'm going to start recording this. It's set to auto record on my Mac, but we use the PC for this stream because the PC can do a little bit more for streaming. All right. And let's show off all of the stuff for the DMG so I can put some of the stuff back in the box and set it off to the side. Let's use the button, and here, I'll even take away the face cam for a second so I can so I'm not distracting. We've got 2 games included with this. We've got Magic Panels in the Machine. These are from Incubate Games, which is the sister company, another company on the arm of retro modding. And so they included 2 of these games, still sealed. I won't open them this year. Last year, they also included Magic Panels, and I opened it for a YouTube short. Sorry. But those are included. It'll also come with a stand, an acrylic stand, so you can display this beauty when you're done, or when it's done, when you get it in. And if you want to actually use it, put it on the, or play it on the go, it will come with a neoprene sleeve, which I will open this one up because it's really loud packaging. It's very soft, and it's not gonna, it's neoprene. It's not gonna scratch anything. It's pretty good. It's very tight though. I won't put the. I was gonna show it off with this Game Boy, but this is not the cleanest, so I'll show it off later. But I believe that is all for the included stuff, and I'm now realizing that I forgot to grab some wires that I'll need for this DMG, but we'll grab that when we actually need it. We will get started by tearing this thing down. And actually, I'm going to check. Okay, cool. DC sharing this on Twitter. Thank you, DC. But yeah, let's get started.
17 minutes in. Well, not even that. We're at 12:17.
We started like 5 minutes late. We're 12, almost 13 minutes in.
12, 13 minutes in. Already at $160 and climbing.
Cool. I can't see. For me, I only see the donations. I don't see the actual total right now.
You don't have the clearance.
I guess not. That's all right. Is this a Phillips? It is a Phillips. Some DMGs have Phillips screws on the outside screws as well, which is kind of nice. But I also kind of like having it be a tri-wing, tri-point, Y-bit, whatever you want to call it, on the outside, just because it's easier to tell at a glance which one's for the outer screws and which ones are the inner screws. I was talking about that yesterday on the setup stream. But
DC says some minutes PM in. I don't know what that is.
Some minutes in. I think he's just saying that's your trademark.
Oh. Use small, simple words, please.
It's not words or they are small. They're not words. Okay. But yes, this is from Retro Modding. They were very kind last year and this year to donate the DMG parts. I like to ask them to do the DMG stuff because I personally think that they have the best DMG parts in the game. Their shells are very high quality. Their prints are very nice. That's also why I went with them for the Black Ice shell. I'm trying not to self-promote, but it's also promoting them at the same time. Man, we should have done a Black Ice DMG just special for this stream, but the Neon Boy, I guess I didn't really show this off. The Neon Boy shell is what we're going to be using today. Mm-hmm. But we're also including the LED mod from Natalie. She'll be featured more later, but if you want to get the single LED boards, I guess they're more than one LED on these boards, but just the single color LED boards by Natalie, they're sold at retromodding.com. There are links to all of these in the description. All of the vendors, at least. I don't have individual links for all the parts, but I think all of these places have search bars, or they're small enough that they're pretty easy to find. Yes, it says sold out. It just means it has not been added yet. I just want to put all the listings up there so people can see, get a general idea of what it's going to look like. Not all of those pictures are exact. The SP is pretty freaking close. I believe the GBC should be accurate. The GBA and the GBP, which is a Game Boy Pocket Color, those are accurate because those are already done. And the DMG is close. Same shell. It's going to look slightly different from that picture, though. You'll see in just a few moments. But yes, it's just up there. They will say sold out until I add to inventory. And then they'll say sold out again when someone buys it. So.
Tips, whatever, ready.
You were muted for that. You want to start over?
Yeah, I can start over. Jake will announce just slightly ahead of time when he's going to post it live, so you guys can be prepared to snatch it up real quick and buy it.
Yep. Yeah, just like usual, when I finish it, it will be posted.
It will be posted. Hyrulean Kale.
Hyrulean.
That's what I said.
Like Zelda.
It says, I'm loving the retro synth vibes.
Dracondia.
That's what I said too. What's your go-to mod for a GBC?
My go-to mod for the GBC is oh goodness, I'm blanking. The Funny Playing laminated one, especially now with their new updated ribbon cable. They've got more settings for it. It's very nice. But today we're going with a different one just because we can't do the laminated thing. It's the other go-to kit. I know you can't really have two go-to things, but it's the other kit that I really like. It's all about the Q5 display for me. But I typically go with Funny Playing just because it's less soldering, and I don't really need the features that come with the one we're doing today. I'll explain that a little bit more later when we get to the GBC. But for now, we can, at the very least, start putting together the back half of this DMG.
You want me to start that while you get those wires you were talking about?
You want to go ahead and do this? I need to be good about making sure I'm actually doing everything on camera, but we will have to transfer over some of these pieces, like this back shielding and the battery contacts in the battery bay.
Anonymous donated $30. Thank you to whoever just donated $30.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Keep it climbing.
$30. Anonymous with a second donation.
That's pretty good.
Pretty cool.
I like that. I'm fine either way. Donations are donations, but I like it when people are humbled and they're like, I don't need my name out there. That's cool too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Donating no matter what is just really good. But yeah, not needing the recognition. Pretty cool.
But just to give to help somebody else out who's in need, that's what we should do in this world.
Mm-hmm. And I think, just in case you weren't trying to be anonymous, if you don't want to be anonymous, that's fine. But I think you have to have your subscriptions public, or maybe you're just not signed in. Because I know, like, if you've ever had a YouTuber say, "Oh, if you're subscribed, you and comment blah blah blah, you can be entered in the giveaway." There's no giveaway here, but just as an example, you won't be entered in unless you have your subscriptions public, because then they won't know if you're actually subscribed or not. And I believe that's the same case here with the anonymous stuff, or they're just checking a box and I am talking out of my butt.
Maybe. And we are more than happy to give you some praise if you donate. It's not about just being secretive and stuff. Did we just get our first happy birthday from Lars? Did I miss somebody else saying happy birthday?
Thank you, Lars. I think a few people have said it. It is a little early. It is tomorrow's my birthday, but
to be fair, we celebrate birthdays a whole week.
Yeah,
it's birthday week,
pretty much. But yeah, thank you, Lars. But the reason last year I did this on my birthday, because I wanted to make it an excuse for people to participate. If they wanted to give me something for my birthday, they could give me the gift of donating to charity.
Yeah.
So that, I'm doing this all off camera. I apologize. But yeah, if you want to donate, if you want to give me a birthday gift today or this year, donate to the cause.
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
Patrick asks, what was the first Game Boy you modded? Before you answer, let me see if I can guess.
Okay.
Oh gosh, dang it. Senioritis. Hold on. Drum roll. Buying time while I try to think of what it's called. It's the Flippy Open. No.
Well, I guess technically yes.
No, not the SP.
Okay.
No. The macro.
Yeah.
Yes. Right? Where you put the dowel in? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The macro was the first Game Boy that I modded, and if you want to talk actual Game Boys, not DS Lites, the first one I modded, I believe was, actually, I was going to say GBA. It was the Game Boy Color. It was a TFT display. I think my first IPS was a Game Boy Advance. But I did a TFT display that I found on AliExpress, and I was scared of soldering at that point. I think, actually, if I was scared of soldering, then the GBC must have predated the macro. I think I just lied. I think it is the Game Boy Color was my first, and then macro was my first soldering job.
I remember the first few times of soldering, we were all nervous because our fire insurance on the house is not that strong of a policy.
And our family is known for burning their fingers. So at least one person is.
Hot gluing them, burning them, no names.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jake's mom. Happy birthday to you, Patrick. His birthday is in 3 days.
Happy birthday, Patrick.
Yet another reason to donate.
Mm-hmm. If you want to donate for Patrick's birthday, you can donate now. I am trimming this piece right here. If you don't know, with DMGs, at least with the RIPS IPS mod, I don't know what the R stands for, but R IPS RIPS is what I call it. You kind of need to shave this little piece of plastic that sticks up on this side, because the contrast wheel, the new contrast wheel, will get in the way, and it won't be able to go in and out. Sometimes even you have to loosen these two screws around it, and it'll get caught still, even though you shaved it down. It's a little annoying, but it happens. I also need to do a bit of trimming up here. I need to take this out, and I will use something
to
shield it, because sometimes it launches off and it can hurt when it launches into your hand if you use your hand to block it. Learned that mistake a couple times.
Or your eye.
Am
I muted?
No, you're
okay.
You're good.
All right.
I haven't muted you for a while.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We are at $190. I'd like to throw out a challenge to anybody out there that'll make a donation to put us over the 200 mark early on. So challenge thrown down. Please accept, donate, put us over the $200 mark. Keep this thing rolling.
I'm trying to trim this last piece. It won't come off. There we go. But yes, it's a good challenge. You should take that on, people. I'm going to see if I can try to get the donation total on
computer monitor.
Yeah. Let's open Edge because I'm not using Edge for anything. And we can hopefully Edge is muted.
And you're not limited to just taking us over 200. You can leapfrog and go right to 300. It's all for a good cause.
You might hear myself talk again for a second here. I'm opening up the stream. Oh no, it's gonna start with an ad.
Oh, there you go. Anonymous donated 20. We're over the 200 mark. Thank you to that person for accepting the challenge. Oh, and I'm gonna let you say the name.
Hyrulean Kale just donated $20 as well. Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna say HK from now on.
It's not that hard.
It is. I'm old.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna
thank you both.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna add a source.
And Lars just threw down 5. Thank you, Lars.
Thank you, Lars.
The happy birthday and the 5. Cha-ching.
Let's see. Add a new source. Add source.
HK is okay. Thank you. Like it too when people mention where they're from. I know that there's quite a few regulars. Well, there's air quotes when I say regulars there. But we like it when people mention where they're from and when they're joining in here.
Apologies for the shenanigans that I'm putting on screen right now. I'm trying to make this, trying to crop this.
Oh yeah.
So I can get this.
Oh, to get it up in the screen?
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
Trying to talk and work at the same time is a little hard.
Yeah, Lars. Yay, I was able to donate this year. Whoop, whoop. So much appreciated. You know, even if you are unable to financially give, to be here to support and watch the stream, to share the stream, the event, that everything's appreciated, you guys. The support for Jake, his channel, this charity, be here for his birthday. It's all very much appreciated, and I know Tracy and I are very proud of you, son. We love you.
Thank you.
I have to say that.
Yeah, you're legally obligated to say this. Okay, I'm almost done here with the trimming of stuff.
Are you?
That's too far. There we go. Okay. Now where did that? It's off screen now. Center on screen. There we go. We'll just put that up here. Oops. I'm trying my best. Whoa. That'll work. Just do that. Now it's on screen. Boom.
Ooh. Okay, there we go.
And we can copy and we can paste it onto all of these. So whenever I swap it, we're still good. Little editing on the fly. I'll add that later. Oops. Wait, is that okay? No, we're still good. I minimized that tab, but we'll keep it up. Okay, we'll call that good for now. I think that's all the screens that matter.
There we go.
Oops. There we go. Okay, let's get back to the show.
Back to the regularly
scheduled programming. All right. Put the battery cover back on. And now that we're done with all that, I'm going to need to go grab those wires I was talking about. So I will be right back, and Dad can fill the air.
To go ahead and tell your favorite nerd joke. Okay, we got DJojo2486. Hi from the East Coast. Love that you are doing this fundraiser again. Can't wait to watch the whole stream. It was a blast to watch last year, but I know it was a marathon, so good luck. Thank you. It is very strenuous for me to sit here on the couch and watch as Jake hunches over the desk workstation.
Yeah, I'm sure it's tough for you.
It is hard on my neck. I gotta look to the left.
Oh, you were muted that whole time.
Was I?
No.
Yeah.
But yes, it was a marathon last year. It is hopefully not gonna last as long as last year, but we're also already 30 minutes into this. But we're only doing 3 live. You'll see the other 2 in a video form, and you'll understand why when you see the videos. But we can continue on with the DMG finally. I needed the wire strippers anyways because of the speaker. I don't do DMGs that often since they're not the most popular on my website, at least. So I'm not used to having to transfer the speaker. But we'll do that because we have to. Am I stripping part of the wire too? I think I am. Hold on.
So Patrick, you got any special things planned for your birthday?
Are you doing a charity event for your birthday too? I'm kidding. There we go. Yeah, I was ripping part of the wires out too. The second notch from the bottom. Most of the time, the wires I work with are the smallest notch on my wire stripper, the 30 gauge. I think that's how you say it.
Did you read that? I was spacing out the first. Are the non-live ones going to be live for sale today, though?
Yes, they will. Once the video is done premiering, once I've shown it off in all of its glory, they will be up for sale. Yes. All 5 of the Game Boy models will be up for sale today. And I will make it very clear when they're going up. Okay. Let's continue forward. Don't need these wires quite yet, so I'm going to get that out of the way. We're going to solder the speaker down. And thankfully, speakers, at least these speakers, Game Boy speakers, it doesn't matter which is which.
Okay, so I was blanking out for a second because before we went on air, I had mentioned to you that the Unicorn Farm had won a drawing, and in that drawing, we won $250 to be donated to the charity of our choice. Drum roll. Can anybody guess what we chose? We're going to donate it to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. It won't show up in any of your proof or whatever, but it's going to go to the total. So what we're at right now? It's on the running total.
$235.
So realistically, whatever the total shows up there, add another $250 to that. So we're $485 already.
Boom. Glad you could do that math quickly.
Well, I went to a prestigious learning facility.
Which, if you don't know, the Unicorn Farm that my dad is in reference to, that's our family business. We call it the Unicorn Farm because I don't want to give away where we work. So,
well, it's not going to be hard to figure out. There's
it's
not that
not
many unicorns.
Just send them the challenge.
Unicorn farms on the planet, is there?
Yeah.
HK, official hello from Oklahoma. I didn't know you did these charity streams until I started getting into modding and watching your vids within the past couple months. Glad I have the time to be here. We're glad that you're here too. Thank you for being a part of it, everybody.
Yep.
Heck yeah, Unicorn Farm, says DC.
It's only the second annual one, but it is yes, this is hopefully the tradition from now on. Is every year for my birthday we'll be doing this.
It'd be cool to, as your channel grows and everything, to be able to have, no offense to your special guest today, it'd be nice to have a real special guest.
Yeah, it would be cool if we could actually get Michael in here for this.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll ever happen.
I mean, even if somebody just joined in progress, right?
Oh, also, yeah, that reminds me. I forgot to do this during the announcement video, and I'm kind of upset that I didn't. Make sure there's no personal information on here, but we actually got a handwritten, and yes, it is handwritten. It is not printed on there from not Michael, but Becca Lockhart from the Michael J. Fox Foundation, thanking us. I'd say us. It's got my name on it, but it was mostly you guys that donated. Thanking us for what we did last year. So I'm gonna take a second to read this, but forgive me, I'm not up to date on my cursive, or at least I'm not good at reading this handwriting. But wow, your first gift to the Michael J. Fox Foundation this year was so generous. I am so grateful for your incredible contribution and dedication. You didn't have to fund life-changing Parkinson's research, but you did. And because your compassionate support, incredible breakthroughs are bringing us closer to a cure. Thank you for joining this community. Thank you for the thank you. And this is proudly displayed up back on set. It just likes to fall over all the time. So, but I just wanted to read that out loud because it wasn't just me. It was a lot of you guys. I might have been the biggest part of it, but it was all you guys. So. Thank you, and I hope to get another letter like that.
Yeah, everybody who participated, including obviously those who donated stuff for this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to clean up the flux over here. That's another thing. Do you want to grab me a paper towel from over there, Father?
Maybe.
Because I forgot to do that as well. I didn't think we'd really need it because all these Game Boys should be clean. But the flux.
Do you need your mom's toothbrush?
Yeah. We got fresh toothbrushes this time. I wanted to make sure we had nice, pretty ones and not gross flux covered ones. Because the ones I've been using are not too good right now. So I think those have been retired officially. But we're just going to clean this up. It's no clean flux, but I like to clean it anyways because it's sticky. And it's going to be even harder to remove in the future if anybody needs to work on this 20 years down the road. So, yeah. This is just a little bit of dirt on this speaker. So we're going to clean that up. Otherwise, it's a very, very clean speaker.
Got a few comments here. DC says, shout out to Becca Lockhart. Great work, everyone who contributed last year. Let's smash it this year. And then... how'd you say it again?
Dim Leaf Fall.
That's what I said. That's such an amazing letter. You're doing great work, Jake. Yes, you are. And then this is cool. Kismet, my son and I are watching together. I found Jake last week with his phenomenal work on Modded Monday. We feel lucky getting to see his work and are thankful for these videos.
Thank you. Welcome. What a time to join. let's see. So everything is cut to fit. It's a little small on the D-pad side of things, but that shouldn't affect button presses. It shouldn't affect anything down low on start and select either. But we'll make sure that it doesn't affect anything at the end of it. I'm going to actually quickly look up how to do this on Natalie's website, because it's been a long time since I've done... Actually, I don't know. Have I ever done light up DMG buttons in this style? I know I have for... I've done this for the Arc GBA or Arc DMG. But I don't think I've done the single color ones.
Philip, hey. And Mom just said, at Kismet, thank you for the nice comment. We feel lucky too. Yes, we do.
If you're adding a switch or one of my LED control boards, you will need to solder a wire to each of the pads. If you do not want to add a switch, bridge the two pads. Okay. So I'm guessing I add the control board to this. Probably should have looked this up yesterday.
Probably should have.
Yeah, okay. And the control board... Yeah, I think I have done this before. At least, I don't think I've done this for the DMG. I feel like I did this for the GBC years ago. Yeah. That is the control board. This has an on and off switch. Very stiff on and off switch. We'll zoom in here. Sticking to my hand. There's on and off switch here, and then this is a potentiometer. So there's a little Phillips screw slot. You twist it to adjust the brightness level. It is only pink, but if you don't like the LEDs on it, you can turn it off. If you do like it and it's too bright, you can turn it down. It's very nice. Very good to have the controls. I don't know how bright it is at its base, though, because I've never done one without the control board. Okay, I'm going to tape this down with some Kapton tape. Make sure it is secure before we solder. Actually, I don't really need to secure it down yet. I'm not going to secure it down yet because there's no vias to solder to. So,
little fake out there.
Yeah, faking me out. I'm used to soldering it directly to the DMG board, or the motherboard, not the DMG board. But
Happy Monkey, I'm here again, and I still don't remember why I am subscribed to this channel. Okay. Well,
thanks.
I think it is for a reason that we will see in the future. I think the only way to find out why you're here is to donate.
Yeah, I think so.
Then you will truly know. You'll be enlightened.
Yeah.
You know what? Time for another challenge. I don't think... So last year, the Unicorn Farm did some stuff. We'd all have to go back and look because none of us could exactly remember. But I don't think that, other than my contribution of time and being your sidekick, that I personally donated. So I know that I have some cash in my wallet, which is rare.
Mm-hmm.
For the first person or collection of people, and I'll include this one, Highway just donated, so I'll include this in it. For the next person or persons that accumulate $50 in donation, I will personally, not Unicorn Farm, personally match that. So, challenge down. Hopefully that can happen in the next 5 minutes. Because right now we're with the $20, we should be at $255 plus the $250, so we're over the 500 mark.
So for those of us who are a little slower, can you re-explain that?
Yeah. So I'm just saying I'm going to match personally $50, whether somebody else throw down the $50, or if it's collectively 3 people. We just had 2, Pieway and Anonymous, donated 20 and 20. So all we need is another 10, and that will give 50, which I'll match my 50. That's 100 within just seconds.
Boom.
And Pieway says, my dad and I used to play Tetris on 2 Game Boys connected by a link cable.
Ooh.
He can't play video games or read books because of his Parkinson's. Thanks for doing the stream.
That is a cool story. It's very unfortunate, though.
Yep.
Yeah. I have fond memories of when I had my SP back in the day before I started to dislike the SP. I played a lot of Super Mario Land, and I really like Super Mario Land. It's still one of my favorite games, but it was very hard for, 7-year-old me to play because it's a tough game. And I specifically remember sitting outside of a restaurant on 4th Street and
chanting it off,
trying to beat I think it's the first boss level, the first world, where there's the sphinxes, the little lions that shoot fire, and I could not beat that level. And then I'm like, Dad, you do it, please.
Oh yeah, we've definitely got some fond memories of playing video games. The 2 of us, the family, Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely a bonding that takes place with all that, and I still think some of my favorite video game times was doing the Mario Kart parties and stuff. It was just fun. For the record, we have 20 from Pieway, Anonymous, and Moshi. That's 60. So if I've got 60 in my wallet, I'll match 60. If it's 50, it's 50. But either way, we've just done that. And so collectively, we are showing on screen at 295. Add another 300 to that, which is 50 matching from me and 250 from the Unicorn Farm. So we are at 595.
Boom.
Way to go. Good job, everybody. Keep it up. Boom. Heck yeah, let's go, says Jake Kendall. DC, you heard the DJ. Jake's dad is going to match the next 50, which we just covered. And then Happy Monkey, have you ever played Left 4 Dead 2?
I have not played Left 4 Dead. I have not played a ton of the PC games. I'm gonna move this out of the way so I can see a little bit better. I have not played a ton of the PC games. I think Left 4 Dead is on some consoles, but I never I played Portal. I have not played Portal 2. A lot of the Valve. That's what I'm trying to think of. I think Left 4 Dead is Valve. Unless I'm just completely getting that wrong. Either way, I have not. That's what I'm trying to say. I have not played it. Not played Left 4 Dead. I've heard good things about it, though.
I have no idea what it... Yeah, I don't know.
Zombie survival game.
I haven't played video games in quite a long time. You and I...
You do?
Well, yeah. With you on a console or something like that. I play my silly game on my phone way too much, but that's all right.
Yeah, my dad is a big Clash Royale guy.
Yeah. Thanks to your brother-in-law getting me hooked on that.
Which shocks me because other than that game, that's not the style of game I would picture you playing.
Okay, if you had to guess what and you guys can guess along too, what would you say my all-time favorite video game would be of any sort?
Well, my gut just says Rocket League, but if it was your all-time favorite game, I feel like you would be trying to play it more often. But I don't know.
And I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to say it's probably a tie between 2 that we played often, and Well, I'll let maybe a few more people guess.
Okay, I've got a guess.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, Mother 3, definitely. He nailed it.
Mother 3? What?
It's a Japanese exclusive game for the GBA that is not even close. Even if it was in English, you wouldn't even want to try and play because it has a story. And if you know my father, he doesn't like stories in his video games.
No.
Because he just wants to play.
Your favorite brother-in-law is wrong. Tetris? No. Mario Kart is good. I'm not knocking it like it, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. HK said, how often do you actually play Game Boy games? What would you say are your top 5? So in that same realm of guessing, what is my favorite 2? More importantly, what is your top 5?
Top 5 Game Boy games, which a little more self-promo here. I did do a video recently on the top 10 games in series from the Game Boy, not Game Boy Advance, but Game Boy Color that should come to the Nintendo Switch Online. But that doesn't necessarily include my favorite games. You can add this money to the total. Say that again.
That literally cleaned my wallet out.
So, we got $60 more in there.
Oh, dang. Anonymous. A $50 donation on top of that.
Oh.
We're cruising, you guys.
But, let's see. I think I'll just loop, since it's right in the background here, all the Pokemon games as number 1 for me on the GameCube. Wow, Game Boy. But let's see. I like. Oh, I already put those screws in. I'm gonna have to back those screws out though to put the power switch in. But the what else? I'm just blanking on every other Game Boy game. I sound like a fraud now, but Game Boy, Mario Land 1, probably up there. I'm no particular order from here on out. I want to say Metroid 2, but I haven't played the Game Boy version. I've only played the 3DS version. I'm just a big 2D Metroid fan. So I'm going to include GBA in this. Zero Mission and Fusion are both in there, but I'll count that as one. Because Zero Mission, other than Dread, Zero Mission's my favorite Samus, Metroid game. What else is there? Going back, while I'm thinking about this, going back to your favorite games, I'm going to say Monkey Ball.
And what was the other one you guessed?
Rocket League.
Yeah, I would say it's a tie between those two. It was just fun. Is Rocket League still that popular?
Oh yeah,
really?
I mean, it's an esport, so it's probably going to be popular for a long time.
I mean, there's not to say that we didn't have fun with some of the other ones, like the soccer one. What's that one? Mario Strikers. And some of the games. Yeah, you're totaling the corners, not keeping up.
It's not.
No, it's somebody brought it up. And another anonymous donation of 50. Thank you guys, very generous. Oh, I should read some text here. So what's the mod we're doing right now? Jay Kendall asks.
This is, I believe, V5. This is the Rips. I'm just gonna say Rips V5, but I'm adding the LED board for the DMG here. I'm just trying to make sure I've got the right. I'm trying to make sure I'm soldering to the right spot before I move forward. So I was going to solder to the wrong spot. That's why it wasn't updating, because I didn't have the donation total up there. But we need to solder to. Let me zoom in for this.
I swear there was a message that I was going to read, and now it's gone. It was somebody said something about that's the game they used to play with their mom, and I thought that's cool because you don't hear a lot of mom playing the video games with their kids.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went. I swear it was there.
Okay. I believe this is the same on every cart slot, but I could be wrong. The first spot, or the rightmost spot over here, is a positive line. So I believe it's 5-volt power. Could be wrong on the voltage, but and then the far left one is the negative pin. It's the ground pin. So maybe we can solder the wire there. Perfect. And they're extra long just because since it's 2 halves connecting, I need the length. Maybe that's a little too long, but it just makes it easier to connect these two. And it shouldn't, the length of that shouldn't affect anything. We also want to make the wire here about as long, maybe a little shorter. I don't know if cutting this in half will be too short. We'll run that risk because we got plenty of wire. But I think this will be fine. But this will be for the control board. And we're just gonna solder these 2 wires. I don't know why I was putting that away. Still gotta strip this.
Yeah, Moshi had the comment, Super Mario Brothers 3 with my mom. He deleted the comment because it's not a Game Boy game. Well, we're still just talking about gaming. So
yeah, it all works. Plus, I mean, it is on the Game Boy Advance. It's Super Mario Advance 4, I think, or is it Super Mario Advance 2? All I know is the Super Mario Advance collection is weirdly named for no good reason.
I think that would be a lot more difficult to play on that smaller screen.
Probably for old people who can't see as well. But my dad used to wear bifocals.
Jay Kendall says, my mom actually loved playing Super Monkey Ball with me and my brothers, so it's cool that it's your favorite. Thank you.
My mom loves to play Super Monkey Ball too.
I gotta ask Jay Kendall or anybody else whose parents, not just moms, played the video games where there was turning of the character or whatever involved. Did they try to turn by turning their arms with the controller also? Like if you're turning right, you would literally take the whole controller and your arms and veer right? Because somebody in this house,
not gonna name it,
not saying any names, would do that, and it just made the game playing that much more fun.
And for a visual example, it was let me finish soldering here.
Yeah, don't put your soldering iron down first. But that's a pretty good start. We're an hour in, according to my screen here. We're an hour in, and we're $3.95 on the screen, $60 sitting on your deal there, and $2.50. So I got to do the math there. What's that? $4.45, $6.95 in the first hour.
Yeah.
Dang! Keep it up, you guys.
Let me get this up there, and that should update it, maybe. Uh-oh.
Jay Kendall. Yeah, that's what my dad was at Mario Kart Wii. So OP, old person? Is that what it is?
OP, overpowered. It's typically what OP means.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was another donation, and so okay, no, $3.95 is up to date. Yeah. Never mind. But yeah, it's pretty good starting out. Oh, for a visual aid here. It was holding the controller and leaning like this, which I think everybody has done at some point. It's just a new video game thing. I still do it when I'm playing a racing game.
Some people do it more than others.
Yeah, but it's just a natural thing.
It for sure.
Especially, I mean, this was pre-Wii days, but especially if you're playing the Wii and you're used to motion controls. It's good times.
Good times.
My soldering iron is doing the thing where it turns off when the wire bends. That's fun. I like to heat it up whilst I get the wires ready.
I'm trying to do the math again in my head, make sure I did it right. What'd I say?
I don't know. So you could also just donate the $60 that's on the table to the event, and that way you don't have to do the math.
You know I'm old, right? Let's see. Pieway, when people ask me how my dad is doing, I say, kind of shaky, and shake my hands.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. See if we can keep the soldering iron on. We'll zoom in for this so you can hopefully see it. It is a very small board. Someone asked me recently how hot I have my soldering iron. I guess that's the way you say it. If it wants to focus, I guess that's in focus enough. 300 degrees Celsius. It focuses as I pull away. That's nice. But 300 degrees Celsius is what I have it at. I use silver bearing rosin core solder. There's no lead in my my solder. Just because I've never heard great things about lead.
Sure, there's nothing toxic about breathing in smoldering lead.
Yeah. So I typically go for no lead in my solder, but I know that leaded solder is better. People prefer it. And it does, you don't have to have as high a temperature, stuff like that. It just has better joints. It's better, but I already don't use a fume extractor. It's a very open space room that I work in, so I don't think it's too bad. Yeah. I believe you can have it like as low as 200, maybe even like lower than that degrees Celsius. I know Natalie just did something where she did it like, I want to say 180, but that's just crazy talk. Anyways, I think we're all good for the soldering portion of this one. Yeah, this one's taking a lot longer, but we also did talk for a bit before we got started. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the LED board with some Kapton tape so it hopefully doesn't move. And then we can start putting this all together.
DC. Oh, okay. It says, wasn't that with her new hot plate?
That was with her new hot plate.
We got 48 likes. Don't forget to tap that like button also, along with the donations.
Yeah, liking will help spread the word.
Yeah, because even after, like you said, this is going to be a video or VOD later, right? So who knows? I mean, just watching this at a later point, even though the donations stop for this stream, it could motivate somebody down the road. So keep it positive and flowing, and hit the like button, and hopefully it'll bring more awareness and open more hearts to give.
Yep. All right. So now we can start cooking a little bit here, as all the screws attached to the speaker. We should be cruising here on out. I'm gonna put the mic more in front of my face instead of to the side of it. So we can get the screen out. We can get, that's empty plastic bags, and dump all of the buttons and membranes out. Again, this is all from Retromodding. Pretty much everything you see on screen right now can be found at retromodding.com. They graciously donated this and all the other stuff I showed off earlier. I'll show off again once this is done, in case you missed it earlier. I did I did have to put in the membranes myself, just because for the LED mod, you do need clear membranes for everything, and they only included clear membranes for the start and select. So I did supply the membranes for this, but I think we're good. They donated a lot of stuff. So I believe that they sell clear membranes for more than just the start and select buttons, though. So you can still replicate this entire mod through retromodding.com. Okay. And what's nice is they include, as I'm dropping it, they include a bracket, so you don't have to worry about sticking the screen down. I don't like sticking the screen down. This way, this way. And so, let's also connect the ribbon cable. I thought it was pre-connected, so that's all right.
I'm assuming you don't like sticking the screen down, because once it's down, it's a pain to adjust it if you're off.
Yeah, it's just, that's really strong tape. So not being able to adjust it sucks.
And the bracket gives you a little bit more flexibility then, I'm assuming?
Yeah. And it should line it up perfectly. I really cannot. I'm going to take this. I think the Kapton tape holding it to the screen is messing with it.
Let's see. Highway says, sent this to all my Discord self-promo channels. HHXTE in all caps. Can you make a Final Fantasy GBA or SP?
Maybe. I don't make any of I make the Black Ice design. Other than that, I don't have any of my own designs, and I personally won't make any copyright material stuff. But if there is a Final Fantasy Game Boy print out there, and enough people ask for it, then I will. I take requests. I don't always fulfill them, but if there's ever a design that you've seen out there, you can always request it. I might do it, I might not. But I've done it before where I'm like, someone asks for it, I'm like, oh, okay, I buy the shell, and then they don't end up buying it, and then I'm stuck with it for a long time. So I don't always just answer requests like that immediately, just so we're all clear. But
just buy licensing for all of them.
Yeah, just buy.
That's all.
I'll just buy a license for every one of those. We can slap this bracket down.
Yes, thank you, Highway, for sharing that. Bionicle Game Boy.
Bionicle, is that something I haven't heard in a long time?
Yeah.
That was all the rage in elementary school for me.
In our day, it was Lincoln Logs.
When did Lego come out?
Oh, dude, Lego's been around longer. I'm sure you can search it out on the internet, but I want to say that was like 50s?
Really?
Well, now I gotta look it up. I'm sure somebody's gonna beat me to it.
I'm sure there's probably someone in the chat that knows. Just off the top of their head. I know if Matt was in here, he would know.
How do we know if Matt isn't in here? 1932.
Really?
I would not lie about Legos. I might misspell it, but I would not lie about it.
Interesting.
I joke about the Lincoln Logs, but that was when we would go over to my grandma's house. There was these giant wood blocks that you probably saw in like kids' preschools even to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And there was Lincoln Logs as well. That was the fun times we had at grandma's house. God rest her soul.
I think
but we did get a shout out on this guy. Heck yeah. Who is it? Oh, HK. Ah, heck yeah. Lincoln Logs. Woot, woot.
Okay. Am I missing anything here? I don't think so. I think we can... Another reason why I want these wires to be super long is for flipping this, flipping over. Okay, I'm going to get another piece of Kapton tape. I'm starting to think that these wires might not be long enough.
I was pretty close. DC did a follow-up. So Lego Company was founded in 1932. The Lego Group began manufacturing the interlocking toy bricks in 1949. And I said 50s. I was close, so I get 2 bonus points.
Are they called Lincoln Logs just because Lincoln lived in a log cabin?
I believe so. You'd have to ask.
He was that popular of a for good reason, but he was that popular of a president.
Yeah, I mean, still regarded as one of the best presidents of all time. Hello.
How many presidents have toys named after them that aren't just an action figure?
Teddy Bear, right?
That's named after him?
Teddy Roosevelt. Yep.
I figured that would have been because he is like he was nicknamed Teddy because of the bear or something.
No, I believe I think it originated with Teddy Roosevelt. And then G.I. Joe is named after Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, he's old enough.
Why is
it's just the fact.
Why is the FBI at our door now? That's weird.
He is just that old.
He was a mind-blowing president. Which one are we talking about now, DC?
Okay, let's maybe step away
from politics.
The politics.
Well, that shifted quickly.
But yeah, I'm starting to think that the LED control board wires are not long enough, but we can hope. I don't want to fire that again. Okay. Good gravy. Probably should. I'm gonna take this out and connect it with a little more room. This is on camera.
And it has been a hot minute since anybody threw down a donation, so I'm just going to go ahead and put a little plug out there in case anybody hasn't yet donated and has the ability to. Even if it's $5, $10, it all adds up and makes a difference. So please, if you can, throw it down.
And if, I understand there's probably a few people in here that are waiting to see about the Game Boys. I'm sure there's a few people that have their eye on one of the Game Boy mods in particular. But if you don't end up getting it, like if you're really pushing for this DMG, then if you don't get it, might as well donate some of the money that you're going to put towards it.
Yeah.
Also, I'd prefer that you just donate through YouTube. That way I don't have to worry about it. But if you do buy a Game Boy and you still want to donate on top of that, there is a donation tab or a tip tab in general on the website. Any tips added to that, I will include towards the money that I give to the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
You read my mind.
I don't know if there was any last year that did that. But it's already a lot of money, so I totally understand. You don't have to. Buying a Game Boy will be generous enough. So.
Absolutely. Midpixel says, I'm waiting on this. It's always interesting to me, even when we're watching streams from the Unicorn Farm, and somebody in chat's like, I'm waiting for this to go on sale, waiting for you to post it, and then I see that somebody else swoops in and gets it, and they're like, I missed it. Then I wonder, do they go back to your store and buy something else later?
Yeah. I always like seeing people who are like, I'm ready for it, and then
ready.
I always feel bad when they don't get it, but especially if I know I don't have another one of those shells on hand, because there's been like, usually it's with the Gengar or the Mew shells, the most popular ones. It's like, okay, you'll have another opportunity. I don't worry about it. But if it's like, it didn't happen with the Mega Man one, but if it was something like Mega Man, I've only ever gotten one of those. I don't think I'll ever do another Mega Man one again, unless there's a lot of people who want that. But yeah. All right, we are almost done here. One thing that I did mention the last time you were on stream with me, a couple weeks ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago.
Very nice.
Yeah. The with DMGs, with the rips specifically, I like to back off the screws for the buttons a little bit, just because I do have some trouble with button presses on the rips if it's screwed down too tightly. So I always try and make sure that there is enough space in that, enough back off. I do like a quarter turn of every screw, and that usually does the trick. Sometimes you also just need to back off the case screws as well. And Papa, if you wouldn't mind grabbing that purple cloth that's up on my light there, because I forgot about putting a screen lens on this, so I didn't get a fingerprint on it, and we got a fingerprint on it. So we'll fix that as best I can. Thank you. This is always the fun part about doing DMGs, is trying to get big ribbon cable in on the other half. But this will also be a little hard to see. But I'm gonna stick I'm gonna do it on the positive side, since that's the closer side. I'm gonna stick it through the battery terminal hole. Hopefully.
So we're getting to be like minutes away from this one being complete.
Yes.
Yep.
So this is almost done. So get ready if you're wanting this in particular. Again, it comes with 2 brand new Game Boy games. Oh, that's where we stick it. Never mind.
Marty, thank you.
McFly?
Marty McFly, yes. Marty McFly Nissen donated $20. That puts us on screen over 400, even though it doesn't show it. It does now. Little delay there.
Little delay.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes.
I thought for a second maybe I was putting it in the wrong spot, but put it through one of the battery holes and it should fit in the case even with batteries in. It's a little janky. It's not perfect, but DMG mods kind of make it hard since it's an all new motherboard. Plus, I don't think even on the original motherboard there are vias for it. But as long as all the wires are out of the way of any screw posts, which I believe is, you can smush this all together. And these are also Phillips on the back case. Also, shout out to Mizucat. I believe that's how they say their name is said. That is the person who designed this shell. They have a few designs at Retro Modding that are really cool that you should definitely go check out.
Yeah, definitely support everybody who's donating to help this event, because when you support them, it allows them to do things like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I have not made it clear enough, I will try to make it as clear as possible. But it is not all me donating all this stuff. Retro modding and Natalie, as you'll see in a second, Extreme Rate, me for the Game Boy Advance, and Boxy Pixel have helped with this charity event by donating the parts. I donated all the motherboards as well, just because no one sells the motherboards for the Game Boys, so I throw those in, and I threw in the stuff for the Game Boy Advance.
And the labor.
And the labor.
And the charm.
And everything.
And everything.
But thank you to all those companies. Thank you to Retro Modding for the really cool DMG that we're just about to finish. I will test it as per usual, and then we will list it just shortly.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You test them on screen, but then even after streams are over on your normal stuff, you test them again and again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since I actually just got a question about this today, I will go over it once again for everybody. I thought it was pretty clear on streams, but either way, I tested all the Game Boys once I'm done, and I test it with either this cartridge or this cartridge that's hidden underneath the wires there. For this one, we'll be using this. I'll go ahead and slap that in there. Also going to slot. Oh, we have a black one for the shell. Cool. But that is my test cartridge. It is the same as a game. So instead of putting Pokemon Yellow or something in there, I put in this cartridge by Natalie the Nerd, and it'll pop up with my logo, and I use that for pictures. This one pops up with a subscribe animation, a little GIF, and then I can press either start or A and B, and that will bring up the button tester, so I can make sure all the buttons work. So it checks the buttons, the cart slot, even the sound, because there's a chime when you boot up any of the Game Boys. And so that tests everything. The only thing that isn't tested through that is the link port, but yeah, and charging if it's SP, but those are pretty self-explanatory. I test everything when I finish the mod. Maybe not all of it is on screen, or maybe I don't even do it on screen. But then when something is purchased, especially with these, they're tested before they're boxed up and shipped out, because I don't like to have things returned to me, but it happens sometimes. And only once has it ever been returned and they're like, nah, I'm good, I don't want it back. So it's always, no, please, I want it back, I don't want a refund.
Well, I think most people understand that when you're modifying something, there's
that's 30 years old.
That's 30 years old, that has been jostled and tossed around and Cheeto stuffed and everything, that there's going to possibly be some issues, but they also know if they're buying from you, it's going to be made right. So pretty cool. While you're doing that, I'm going to read a couple quick ones. The mid-pixel, the Umbreon shell sold out quick. Highway, I just got an analog pocket. Otherwise, I'd buy a GB. Oh, Grandma's on. Cynthia, our family just wanted to thank Jake and all those who donate.
Yes. And I will cut in here just to say, I've said it a couple times, but the reason why I chose the Michael J. Fox Foundation, not only because I'm a big Michael J. Fox fan, but Parkinson's has directly affected my family, my great-grandfather, which not everybody is lucky enough to have time with their great-grandfather, but I was, and unfortunately he had Parkinson's, and so the foundation means a lot to me. They do a lot of cool stuff, especially, I was going to say this earlier, in the letter that I read off earlier, they mentioned a big breakthrough, and shortly after the charity event last year, there was a huge breakthrough in testing where they can pretty accurately figure out whether you have like big symptoms or not. You can figure out if you have Parkinson's. Which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like to think that we were the reason we put it over the edge to figure that out.
For sure. It's your community, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, that is my great grandfather, Brownie, is what we called him.
Brownie.
That he is a huge reason why I'm doing this today and why I did it last year and why I will always support the Michael J. Fox Foundation. But also, they only take, I want to say, 8 cents on the dollar for administration stuff. Most of the money goes actually to the foundation.
They put it to use. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
and most charities, I don't want to badmouth other charities.
No. I mean,
a lot of charities won't give nearly as much as the Michael J. Fox Foundation does, and I think that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, whether you're donating to this or something else, definitely do your homework to make sure that it's not going mostly to line some administrative person's pocket, but that it's going to what you are hoping that it's intended to.
Also, you do get a little bit of my DNA on the screen since I have to wipe this down. I hope that's a benefit for you.
It helped with the sound effect there.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you a fan of the LiPo? I think that's what they are called, batteries or charging part for all these Game Boy mods.
I will go over that. Remind me when we talk, or actually, no, we won't be talking about it because that'll be a video. I will talk about that right now. Forget what I was saying. Very specifically with the LiPo battery mod from Natalie the nerd, the safer charge board. I do like that. If it's just a TP4056, which if you know what that is, you'll know what that is. It's a little USB-C charge board, but those are fine as long as they're not on top of the battery. Never place the charge board on top of the battery because that board will heat up when there's power to it, especially if it's not efficient, and you don't want to heat up the battery. That's what I don't like about LiPo mods, especially with ones that don't allow charging while playing, which most of them don't, unfortunately. Not all of them will advertise that they don't support charging while playing. It will work. It just won't be good for the Game Boy. It could cause a short or something bad to go wrong. So I typically just don't do LiPo mods, but with Natalie's safer charge board, it is a safer way to charge, and it also allows charging while playing. You don't even need a battery. It'll just turn on with a USB-C. So that is great. I think the Funny Playing Game Boy Advance, just drop in one, is good, and I think they support charging while playing as well. So pretty much anything that supports charging while playing, I'm cool with. Anything that doesn't have the chip for the charge board directly on top of the battery, I'm cool with. So yeah, it's yes and no. I like them, but I just typically prefer Milatas.
Here we go.
Which also, charge board is in there and it fits. It's a little tight, but it fits. You can maneuver it to get to fit better. Peel that off.
Duster action.
And place that down. There's just a thin black border on this one, so you can actually see the rest of the design, because there is a design on the thing itself. But I was just remembering why I didn't put the screen lens on before, because I wanted to make sure that everything was lined up, but we'll see. It doesn't matter. Never mind. Forget I said that. Boom. Speaker works. It's not all the way up, but it works. Okay, my cartridge might not work, though. I tested it yesterday. It worked just fine, so it probably just wasn't fully seated. Cool. You can hit start, select A, right, B, left, down, B, up, A. Everything works. Can you flip that switch for me, Papa? We're gonna go dark mode here.
By the way, this is going to be going up soon, so if you've been waiting for it, be ready.
Yes, this is about to go up for sale, but I just want to show off the LED mods, because with the bright lights I've got for the stream, it's not going to show up very well. But you can use this board back here to it doesn't, you can just leave it on, it doesn't do a ton. You can turn it off. See, it's off now. You can put it back on, and we can make it, let's see, this should be, whoa, it's hard to adjust. Let's go righty-tighty here. I don't know if that was brighter or not. That's brighter. Okay, to the left, it'll make it nice and bright. I think just for the pictures, I'll keep it bright. Turning it to the right will lessen it, and I'm not going to attempt it right now because it's a little difficult to do. But that. So, turn the stadium lighting back on. We can peel the peel now that we know everything is good to go.
DC, thanks for throwing up the link.
Yes, thank you. The link is in the chat. The link is also the top link in the description. Like I said earlier, you gotta back these two screws up a little bit for the contrast wheel to be able to be pressed in properly. There we go. Because you can change the color palette, and I regret doing that now because this is the one that has 30 different color palettes. I believe it's 36. But, oh wait, never mind. We can just hit the reset. There we go. I prefer the black and white setting, but if you want to change it to whatever color palette, there's 36 different color palettes that you can adjust by pressing this in. And then down, turn down the brightness, up turns up the brightness. I believe that's it. There's a battery indicator, but I don't think it actually works properly. I don't know how to do that setting. But this is it. We're done. I'll show this off a little bit more. Here's the back. Here's the front. LEDs look really bright. They're not really that piercing bright as the camera shows.
Well, they look good. They don't take away from the screen, that's for sure.
Yeah. There's that. Comes with the acrylic stand that I'm not going to put together because shipping and all that, but acrylic stand for it. The sleeve, and these two games, Magic Panels and the Machine, fully boxed, sealed. It even has, I believe there's stickers in them, and there's actual inserts and stuff. Games don't really do that nowadays, but it's a retro game. It's a new retro game, so gotta do it.
Again, all courtesy of
Retro Modding.
Thank you.
You couldn't tell.
And that's what made me.
Yeah. But I will finally put an extra picture of it up on the listing now that it is finished, and I will list it. I will even do a little bit of a countdown. There's a 10-second delay also, just so everybody is aware.
That's 10 US seconds, though.
Yeah, 10 US seconds. But I'm going to add the picture first. And I will... Yeah, I'll make it the second picture. And we're going to add one to inventory. I don't know if that... Okay. Yeah, it will make it. Once I hit save here, it'll add one to inventory. You can add it to cart and not ship it. You can buy it. Anyways, I'm stalling. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It should now be live for anyone to grab. Again, that includes the Game Boy. No game. Well, not this game. Those two games I showed earlier, the Machine and Magic Panels, the acrylic stand, and this sleeve that I will finally demo. It is tight. It's a little tight, but it'll keep it from getting all scratched up.
Buy it up and enjoy it while helping out the Parkinson excuse me, the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
Yep.
Help find a cure, hopefully.
And it's gone. I don't know if I have the settings up here for showing off the names when people buy it. I'm guessing not because it hasn't happened yet, or I already missed it.
So hopefully whoever bought it will throw it up in chat that they bought it.
Well, I can say it.
Oh.
Flavio. Thank you. I believe am I saying that right? I apologize. He's actually bought a couple from me. So, and
cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it a lot. I'm going to take this out of here now because I need the batteries out of the Game Boy. But there it is. That is all yours, man.
Got it. Woot woot. Mid-Pixel. That's who it is.
Mid-Pixel. Did I say your name right? I apologize if you didn't want me to say. I'm not saying last names.
Yeah.
Even though that doesn't really matter.
Yep, you got it right. Yep.
Cool.
Awesome. Thanks again, Mid-Pixel. Appreciate the support.
And here we go. It is all yours.
Batteries not included.
Batteries not included.
HK said, I didn't know much about it until I learned that Michael J. Fox had it. It is amazing how far they have come with the research into it. I think Joy Milne's ability to smell it.
Yes.
Such a crazy real life thing. Who's that?
So, this lady, her husband, one day just started smelling awful. I'll face cam for this.
Pretty much all husbands do, though.
Yeah. Smelled terrible. She was like, "This, you smell so bad, you reek." And no one else could smell it. And he's like, I'm showering multiple times a day. Nothing will get rid of the stench that my wife smells. And I believe they go to the doctor for her. And it turns out he had Parkinson's. He had it before any symptoms came up. And then they started going to get him help and stuff. And so they're surrounded by a bunch of people with Parkinson's. And she's like, holy crap, it smells awful in here. She can smell
oh my gosh,
the Parkinson's.
That's crazy.
And they used her ability to smell to make that breakthrough so they could figure out whatever chemical compound it was that she smelled.
Is this recently?
Yes, that was the breakthrough that they talked about that happened right after the charity event last year. That her ability to smell Parkinson's on people gave them the ability to do tests to figure out if you have it or not.
Wow.
Before you even know that you have it.
Huh.
Yeah. It doesn't even sound real. It sounds like science fiction.
Wonder how far into it he was when she smelled it.
Yeah. It's just,
I mean, how early can you detect it?
Yeah, I think it's like in your genes kind of thing. I don't think you need to have any sort of symptoms for it.
That's
because I think it's a genetic disorder. I don't think it's I can't think of the other words, but yeah, it's a crazy thing that happened. I did not believe it at first, but
again, thanks Mid-Pixel. Appreciate it. Thanks for everybody for the first round here and how much we've raised already. 415 plus the 310, so $725 plus the purchase,
plus the $250 that went to the DMG.
Yeah, so we're near a total of we're just short of $1,000 total in the first little bit here. So thanks everybody. Let's keep it going.
And we will keep it going because next up is this from Natalie the Nerd. The most famous nerd, at least around these parts. She is not only included parts for a wonderful Game Boy, but you will also get a couple of stickers, this little keychain tag thing, I don't know what you call it, mini lanyard. She gave me one as well. At least there was two included and I stole one, I'm sorry. But this is for her modded Game Boy Club. Thank you. Natalie has given so much to this channel and to me, and she initially just gave this stuff to me to do for a video, And I was like, you know, you've given so much to me for no good reason. So I made her a donator for the stream. So she is a headlining donator. I did end up paying for the things that weren't included, but I'm counting it all towards her because she's given me so much over the years. So thank you, Natalie. And I've got a video for this one because this is the Game Boy Pocket Color, as the sticker says. It has a battery in it already. I was going to try and put double A's in it, but that wouldn't fit anyways. So when I put my test cartridge in here, it says it's in the on position. It's actually backwards, and there's nothing I can really do about that. But it's a Game Boy Color. It is not a Game Boy Pocket. We have full Game Boy Color controls. It can play Game Boy Color games, and everything works beautifully. It is freaking awesome. There's a real Game Boy Color stuffed in here. There's nothing for the contrast wheel because there's no contrast wheel in the Game Boy Color. But there's no setbacks for this. This is legit Game Boy Color hardware. If that's not enough proof for you, this is a Game Boy Color game. It is crystal. If you put this in a DMG or a Game Boy Pocket, it will not work. But you turn it on and it works. There's no setbacks whatsoever with this. Okay, apparently I'm lying. I don't think I've ever cleaned my crystal cartridge. So there we go. Yeah, it's very clean. I don't know. I would assume so. Yeah, because that's nice. And if she doesn't make it herself, I'm going to ask her where she gets it made, because that is very clean. But it is full Game Boy Color. Full color support, supports Game Boy Color games. If you prefer the Game Boy Pocket form factor to the Game Boy Color form factor, if you like your Game Boy backs a little flat, then this is the ultimate opportunity to get it without making it yourself. This is probably the cheapest Game Boy Pocket Color up for sale, because it does take a lot of work, as you'll see in a few moments. But no Game Boy games included with this one. But before we put it up for sale, we're going to watch the video first, because I put a lot of effort not only into making this, but into making the video. So I will play the video for you guys. I will show it off in all of its glory, and then we'll come back and list it once you guys actually know what it's all about, other than what I've said so far. So without further ado, unless there's anything else you'd like to say.
No, I mean, I just think people need to know, if you buy one of these, not only do you give to the charity and it's supporting and everything, you also are going to be a better gamer for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. This adds skill points to you.
For sure.
So, yeah. I'm going to throw this up on screen. I will take a quick break since we're, oh my gosh, almost 2 hours into the stream. And then maybe we'll pick up the pace a little bit. But the DMG was the hardest one we're doing today. So, yeah. I'm going to pull that up now. Here we go. Oh, did I have the wrong one up here? Okay. I thought I had both of them up and ready to go. You might hear it. It might be a little loud also. Sorry for a jump scare potentially here. Let's just be honest with each other. Okay. Let's bring that back to the beginning. Throw that full screen up there. And I will see you guys in just a few moments. Let's just be honest with each other. All things considered, the Game Boy Pocket is kind of the lamest model, even when it's modded. It only plays games in black and white, it has poor battery life due to its AAA batteries, and it can't even play every Game Boy game. We all know that it's the fat bottom girls that make the gaming world go round, but today I'm gonna prove it's what's on the inside that counts. The Game Boy Pocket Color is nothing new to this channel. In fact, it's one of my favorite projects that only made me go a little crazy. Here goes nothing! Thankfully, Natalie upgraded the Poco kit for a retail release to make things easier on those of us who struggle. Jokes aside, while this is an easier revision, I still wouldn't recommend just anybody try this. I still struggle this time around, and I still don't feel comfortable making this a full video tutorial. Instead, this will be a tale of struggles like my Ultimate PS1. Natalie has a great tutorial on her channel if you're brave enough. I'll link it down below. But in order to complete this build, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty. This mod is not for the faint of heart. Even with all the upgrades, we still have to saw a Game Boy in half. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna use my craft knife instead. My preferred method is to score the board repeatedly underneath the cart slot. Once you think the groove is deep enough, you can try to snap it in two, but you'll probably want to score the other side as well. Either way, this sound never gets any easier. Also, I recommend sanding down the edge to avoid any potential shorts. Now don't forget, this is the ultimate Game Boy Pocket, and it's for charity. So I can't just do one mod. Natalie also sent her safer charge board my way, so let's install that now. This little board will allow you to use a LiPo battery in a safer way than most other battery mods, hence the name Safer Charge. LiPo batteries still scare me. It's better optimized for IPS kits and allows you to actually charge and play at the same time, which most Game Boy LiPo mods don't actually allow. You can physically do it with a lot of them, but it's not exactly safe. Safer Charge is a pretty cool little doohickey. And while I'm notoriously not a big fan of LiPo mods, I feel like I'm in good hands with this one. My favorite part of this new revision is that I don't have to transfer every little component. Last time wasn't as bad as some other Pocket Color mods where you literally have to transfer every single piece to a brand new board. I'm not hating at all, I just don't have that kind of patience, and neither does my back. But I am very thankful that Natalie installed every new component that she could. So that just leaves us with a realization that I messed up. 30 minutes later, I was back in business and ready to connect the two halves. This was a struggle point for me last time because I ended up having to wire everything individually. I just couldn't get anything to work with the ribbon cable before, but now it's reinforced and ready for round 2. After tinning all the solder points, this was honestly a breeze. I only had to reflow a couple of the vias for some of the buttons, and I'm pretty proud of myself. So all that was left to do was install the power switch and IPS kit. You can relocate the power switch to the top right pretty easily since you need to remove the IR stuff anyway. Plus, Natalie added a convenient flex board to make it all a little cleaner. Though I would recommend soldering the 3 and C wires directly to the pins on the switch, and mainly just use the flex board as an easier way to tape it all down. Either way, the double-sided tape was not wanting to stick down for me, so instead I used this ground pad and this ground via to secure the power switch down. And that switch ain't budging. Next up was trimming the shell, everyone's favorite part. I did use a pre-trimmed shell for this project, however, this is not pre-trimmed for the USB-C port or the battery. The USB-C hole was fairly easy. I just used my craft knife to open up the existing hole and sanded it down until it all fit. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Fitting in the battery was going to be a lot tougher. While I did get the correct size for the space, the battery is a little longer, so you need to get rid of a lot of extra plastic in a lot of awkward areas. Thankfully, it's nothing that a bit of time and flush cutters can't fix. It ain't pretty, but again, it's good enough. Now we should be able to just close it up and be done, right? Right? Well, guess what? Whenever I closed it up, it wouldn't turn on. If I left out the top screws, it was fine. But if I properly closed it up, no life at all. Was it my newfound way of securing the power switch down? Nope, just one of the pins on the power switch was broken off. I just had to super glue the pin back into place, wait a day for it to dry, and we were back in business. But also, I never officially soldered the battery down because I didn't have any connectors. So in the meantime, I was just using USB-C wall power for all the testing. Oh yeah, Natalie's board allows you to just plug it into the wall, no battery needed. So now is the time to install my newly acquired battery connector and finish this bad boy up. The only problem was I got the wrong connectors. I got JST XH connectors instead of just JST connectors. Either way, my battery's smaller connector still fit into the larger female connector, so I was just gonna roll with it. I lied to you earlier. That wasn't the only problem, because now my problem was the pins for the connector are too big for the holes on the Safer Charge board. And instead of just waiting and getting the correct size connectors, I decided to try and force it in there like any sane human would. And then I learned that actions have consequences. In the middle of all of my battery shenanigans, I accidentally knocked the Game Boy while it was all stretched out across the table. I caught it before it fell, but it didn't sound or feel very good. I immediately tried to test it with no luck. But since I just spent 30 minutes trying to force a connector where it was too big to fit, I couldn't tell if the problem was that I broke the safer charge board or the ribbon cable. I tested every point for continuity to make sure that the ribbon cable was good. I tested the fuses to make sure they didn't go bad. I removed the safer charge board and swapped in an original power board. I even tried another donor Game Boy Color. I was lost. I thought back to the last time I did this mod. I relived my struggles to see if I was missing something. And then it hit me. In a last-ditch effort, even though my testing suggested that the ribbon cable was fine, I decided to connect every point individually. And when I did it, it fired right up. But I couldn't celebrate yet. There was still a chance that my battery shenanigans screwed up the safer charge board. And if I shenan once, you can bet I'll shenan again. But this time when I reached for another battery connector, I realized the pack I got came with some female connectors that were attached to wires. They just blended in so well with the male connectors that I didn't notice. So I swapped my battery's connector for one of these, and then I soldered the wired female connector to the safer charge board, and that worked with no problems. It's crazy what happens when you do things properly. Now I could officially close it all up and be done with this project. I could finally take a deep breath after a full month of panicking, thinking I broke my friend's product and potentially ruined the entire charity event, which if you haven't donated yet, this is your sign. Natalie, thank you so much for donating all of this stuff. It genuinely means a lot to me. Please go check out our website for all sorts of cool products, including the things that I showed off today. Yes, the Poco kits are now officially available for you to purchase, but you know, it's still not for beginners. I also want to make it abundantly clear that none of the problems I encountered were Natalie's fault. It was my stupidity and carelessness that caused everything to go awry. She still somehow believes in me when I clearly don't believe in myself. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're watching the charity event, get ready to buy this bad boy. And of course, let me know what you're thinking in those comments down below. But as always, like, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. I'll save this for the end, but some of you may have noticed that I was originally trying to use the wrong mod kit. Natalie's Poco only works with this specific kit because you can actually adjust the screen position all the way down and not just like 12 pixels. Also, I shattered the first screen I installed. Don't tell anybody. Hello. Welcome back.
Shenan again.
Yeah, shenanigan. I thought that's one of my favorite lines. I think my favorite line was from the intro with the it's the fat bottom Game Boys to make the, or fat bottom girls to make the rockin' game. I don't even remember what the line was, but it was good. It was good. I wrote it like a month ago. So. I think it was probably the first line I had for the video. But yes, I did leave the music running. I hope it wasn't too much of a distraction. But once I saw the chat DC, I was in too deep to pause it. I would have had to move the video. So that is that. We are at $415 plus 310.
Yep.
So we're at
$725
in total. And we also had the $250 for the
purchase
of the DMG. So we are
pixel
35. It would be really easy if we had that money all in the. Right?
Somebody calculate.
Anyways, we have almost $1,000 donated already, which is awesome.
Let's increase it right now.
Yeah, we can add to it. Why don't we just cross that $1,000 threshold by donating however much you want, or we can just and we can add this to the pile, the
put it on the
whatever.
store, and you're not limited to the purchase price amount, as Jake said.
Yep.
You're welcome to donate additional.
If you would like,
not required, but appreciated.
If you'd like to tip extra, it will go to any of the purchases, any of the monies donated through the purchases of the Game Boys will be added to whatever I need to give to the Michael J. Fox Foundation later. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this going. I'm not gonna need to take a picture of this. I've already got a listing ready to go. I should have gotten the full listing like I normally do for the two that I already had pre-done, but I think after watching the video you can understand why I didn't do this one live, because that would have taken like a 24-hour stream to do probably, and I would have needed Natalie's help throughout the entire thing. So Natalie just liked the tweet, so maybe I'll give her a second to get in here if she's trying to. I'm gonna also take a sip real quick. Also want to check something else on stream real quick. I can exit out of that. Oh wow, we got 57 likes and 34 people in here, so thank you to everybody who's liked the stream. I haven't gone over, I don't think I've said everyone's name out loud for who's donated, so I'm going to do that again real quick. We've got a bunch from Anonymous. We got Hyrulean Kale for $20. We got $5 from Lars. We got $20 from Pigway. We've got Canadian 20 from Moshi. I didn't know you were from Canada. And we've got $20 from Marty. Thank you guys a lot.
Yes.
Thank you to everybody who's donated, everybody who is going to buy a Game Boy, and thank you all for being here. But right before we hit that 2-hour mark on the stream, I'm going to go ahead and list it right now. So you've got 10-second delay once again, so hit that refresh starting now, and I'm going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Game Boy Pocket Color is up for sale. Link in the description. I'm sure, top of the chat right now, DC's got that chat up there. I'm actually going to save DC some typing. Go ahead and pin. I got to do it on the screen.
Thank you, Natalie, again.
Pin that message, so that link will always be at the top of the chat. But yes, thank you again, Natalie. You are incredibly generous, and I'm very grateful for everything you've done for not just the charity event, but the channel for me. Thank you.
It's cool. I've said it before, that see all the support within the community. It's just positive. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Downright Spiffy says hi again for some reason. AJ said, I just got my yellow GBA from you in the mail yesterday.
Cool.
Is it already sold?
I got an email. That's from Amazon.
Amazon bought it? That's generous of them.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Jeff.
But I'm honestly surprised that this didn't go as fast. Maybe I caught people off guard. But either way, we can continue on with the Game Boy Pocket Color being put off to the side. How far back? Oh, wow. I'm really far back on my stream preview over here. That's all right. That is a-okay. If I do this, it's gonna... Never mind. Not gonna mess with it. Okay. But I will put this off to the side for now. Again, USB-C, LiPo battery, and it's a Game Boy Color in a Game Boy Pocket shell. So I'm really hovering over the buy button, but I really don't need another Game Boy. I think you do. It's for charity. So. I usually don't try and peer pressure anybody into anything like that, but it's for charity.
Click it.
But for now, we'll move on to the Game Boy Color from Extreme Rate. Thank you again to Extreme Rate for donating. I got a shout out extra to Extreme Rate as well, because they don't sell IPS kits, but just like last year, they donated the money so I could grab the IPS kits for them. So it was very generous. They didn't have to do that, and I extremely appreciate it because these are still not cheap. So let's get all of this out. I guess I don't need to get the IPS kit out just yet. Apparently, I grabbed the one with the white lens, but I do have one with the regular. It's not regular because the cutout is bigger, but the darker lens, because I think it'll look better with what we got going on. Let's there's all the wires. But here is the Game Boy shell that we're working with from Extreme Rate. You can buy this now. This is one of their newer ones, but it is a color shifting Game Boy Color. It's kind of hard to see, so I'll use my whiteness to show it off. That it goes from blue to purple, and it is crystal clear. It is a bit of a fingerprint magnet, but you can see right through it. It's gonna look sick when it's all put together, and yeah, I saw this and I knew I had to request it immediately. So let's get to it. We gotta disassemble this Game Boy Color first, though.
What does wires jump scare mean?
The wires. Oh, because the wires just popped up out of nowhere.
Oh.
Jump scared them. What?
You're right. It does look clean in person, even better.
Mm-hmm.
I can see both right now.
It's a little hard to see with the blue matte because it just kind of masks.
Well, that, and then off to the left, the light glares off of it.
Yeah.
Neither one of them do it justice. It is crisp. Oh, wait, what? Irwin. It's fire.
Yeah, where's Irwin?
Yeah, where Irwin?
Irwin.
Where are you? Where are you, Irwin?
But let's just disassemble this like normal. If I can do it.
Do it.
Which I will say, going back to the Pocket Color video, I did steal the shenanigan joke from a TikTok I saw a long time ago, but it was too funny. I had to include it.
Oh, you go on TikTok?
Yeah, a little bit.
Huh.
My parents think that.
Oh, no. Every day I come home or mom comes home, you're like, oh, I learned this today. I saw it on
TikTok.
Guess what I said on
Yes.
TikTok? So it's not my parents think.
My parents, if you would let me finish, because
No.
you always let me finish my sentence. My parents think I have an obsession with TikTok. I do not. I do go on TikTok, and in fact, I don't like a lot of things about TikTok, but I go on it every day, just like you go on your game every day, but we don't care about Clash Royale. So if you were excited enough to share something about Clash Royale with us every day, that would be equal.
Okay. Anyways. Somebody says both of your voices are so similar. I thought I opened the same stream twice and it produced echoes.
I don't think anybody has told me that I sound like you. Not as a bad thing. That's the thing with me and my sister. I don't think either of us look like either my mom or my dad, and I don't think we sound. I think me and Samantha sounded alike when we were little because no one would know who answered the home phone back when we had one of those.
Yeah.
But I think of our immediate family, I think that me and Samantha look the most similar. And if you put an old man filter on me, I look like my grandfather. But
Yeah. Well, your beard is much like Mom's.
yes.
All right, I'm going to throw down something right now. Can I do it?
Throw it down.
All right, I'm throwing it down. If somebody buys the modded Game Boy Pocket Color that he just finished posting in the next 15 minutes for the, what is it, $249.90, $250,
Mm-hmm.
the Unicorn Farm will match that amount. Okay?
You're going to make the math harder?
No, we're just saying we're rounding it $250.
Okay.
So somebody buys that in the next, what did I just say?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
You can buy it before 2:25 p.m. Pacific time.
Specific time.
It
will double the amount going to the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
All right.
So another challenge thrown down via the Unicorn Farm.
You heard the man. I think.
Wait.
Yeah, you're good.
So I can throw that down then?
You can,
Okay.
You've thrown it down.
All right.
It has been thrown. So I'd like to see someone do that.
Step up to the challenge.
But from here, I'm going to cover up the cart slot pins. I've already trimmed them down previously because I do that now when I fix Game Boys. I trim the cart slot pins because sometimes they can cause some shorts, and that's not cool. So I'm going to cover them up now that they're trimmed down. We're going to have to solder to some vias in a bit. And is there anything else I need to do at the moment? I don't think so. So let's get to trimming or to soldering to some vias. What I like to do is I didn't bring my craft knife over here, but that's all right. I'm gonna actually get the smaller one. I like to get a tiny Phillips head because if you don't know what a via is, zoom in all the way for this. The vias are these little circles right here on the board, and we need to solder to a few of them. Let me actually double check. I believe it's, wait, it'll tell me on the board. We need to solder to select A and B. We don't need to do the bat, and we don't need to do the ground. Just need to do select A and B. So, select, oh goodness, is this one. And I believe B is this one. I believe A is this one, if I can get it lined up there. And I like to use the small pointy Phillips screw or screw bit to scrape up the coating that is on the motherboard so we can solder a little easier to the via. And let me get everything situated here. I'm also going to use flux still. Flux is your friend, not food. And
I caught that.
thanks. We can add some solder and solder the wires down. Of course, today is the day that my soldering iron does not want to cooperate, so I'll have to be a little bit careful on how I maneuver the iron so it doesn't shut off. The difference between this one and the Funny Playing kit is this one has button controls, which is very nice. I don't like touchpads. If I can avoid them, I do. There are touchpads on this still, if you don't want to do any soldering. So I don't know why I'm getting the wire out just yet, because we need to add some solder first. There we go. So there's also no need to solder a power line. You get full brightness even without soldering a power wire, which is nice. And solder A and B here, very close together. Oops. That works. To resolder this one, but
Erwin, there we go.
there's Erwin.
Thanks, Erwin. That donation is fire.
Oh, you donated too. Oh, I thought you were just here. $20 from Erwin. Thank you very much. Glad to see you're here.
Better late than never.
I'm struggling.
Erwin brings the fire to the stream every time.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, flames.
There we go.
Well, that's DC, but still.
Yeah. Still good. Oh, maybe that's why I'm struggling. Because the soldering iron turned off again. Get back up to temperature. And it turned off again, but that's all right because we're kind of done with it for now. Actually, no, that's not true.
9 minutes left on the challenge that whoever buys the modded Game Boy Pocket Color for basically $250 is going to get matched. Step up to the plate, somebody.
I'm just surprised it hasn't. I thought this would be the one that sold instantly.
I gave up guessing a long time ago.
Yeah. Because seriously, if you were to commission, because I don't know if anybody just sells them straight up, but if you were to commission a Game Boy Pocket Color, I'm telling you right now, I don't think anybody would do it for $250.
Probably not. You can always buy this for a later gift for somebody down the road and just stash it.
You will not find a better deal than this one. I can almost guarantee you that. And all the money goes to charity. Legit 100% of the funds go to charity. Good grief. My soldering iron has been fine all this time. Now it just does not want to cooperate. Any slight bend in the cable and it goes out. I need to add solder anyways to this. Try not to move the iron. I'm just going to bring the cleaning thing to it. Very careful. Hang it. Thankfully, it cools quickly, but not too quickly. I believe this is a... hope it's a...
Can you buy just the cord, or do you have to buy the whole thing?
I hope that you can buy just the cord. You could also use USB-C, but then any of the USB-C things that I've got are not... They don't heat up as fast as this cable does.
Well, the USB-C is a little bit smaller, isn't it? The wire?
It's more the power supply than the cable. And this cable is... Well, yeah. Yes and no. But that's not the point of it. Anyways, we're done soldering for this, I believe. So we can zoom out. I'm going to take a sip because I'm dying of thirst.
Raven going up just asked, Black Ice ever making a return? Huge fan of your channel.
Black Ice is up right now. Not to
detract.
Yeah, not to self-promote, but we're promoting retromodding earlier. So, yeah, retromodding.com. You can get Black Ice right now, but that's not the point of the stream. Just want to make it clear, it has made a return. But we can continue on with the Extreme Rate Game Boy Color, and you can place the insulating film down. we can place this other insulating film down. We flip this over. Keep everything from shorting. Put that stuff off to the side, and then we will have to punch out this border because we are not using an OEM size display. And it's a little stronger, so we're gonna get the flush cutters out.
Final 5 minutes of my challenge.
Yes, to reiterate, if you missed it earlier, if you buy the Game Boy Pocket Color right now, which is it is up for grabs, unless I'm wrong.
It shows on the
okay.
Yep, shows on there.
The Unicorn Farm, our family business that's not retro remastered, will match the donation of $250. So buying it in the next 5 minutes will give you double the donation of the Game Boy Pocket Color.
I wonder if anybody from the Michael J. Fox Foundation has caught wind of this and is watching.
I did tag them on Twitter, but last year they noticed it, I believe, a little after the stream. To be fair, it is a Friday. So they might be leaving the office early. I don't even know if they're East Coast, West Coast, whatever. Almost done with the plastic trimming here. I thought about taking it off before stream, but I felt like it was something that I should probably show off, because otherwise this would go pretty fast, this mod. But I think I have given plenty of time to the stream with the DMG earlier. Make sure all of this is clean. None of it sticking out too much. Cool. And then push all of this off to the side. Then we can stick this down. Interesting. So the double-sided tape is sticking to the wrong side. There we go. It's sticking to me. I'm going to do it this way. It's a little hard to do it the reverse way, but I'm just also trying not to get any of the tape to stick over.
Patrick Studios. Will IPS shells work with a GBC OEM IPS screen? Just curious because I'm new to Game Boy modding.
It depends on the shell, but for the most part, all of the IPS ones work with original screens. I think even the laminated one. No, I don't think the laminated one does. I think that's the only one for GBA shells, or I mean GBC shells. I think Funny Playing's laminated shell does not work. Does not work with original screens. Okay, now we can peel this back. Oh,
Did somebody do it?
someone just bought it last second, just in time.
All right. Thanks for stepping up to the challenge, whoever it was.
Thank you, Hunter.
Hunter, you are fire.
You are fire. Yes.
Thank you very much.
And so with that, that'll add $500 to the total. So there's a lot of math that needs to go on.
You get 750. You got 810 on top of what we have up there.
I wonder if I could just...
You get $1,245 of your $2,000 goal.
I wonder if I could just add some text on screen. Let's go. So what's... Okay. We got 250, 250, 250. We got 3 250s to make $750. Then there's the other 250 from the unicorn farm. So that's $1,000 in total there.
So we get a total of 500 from the unicorn farm, one from the drawing,
yes,
and then one from the match.
Yes.
And then I got 60 that I threw down on your...
Wait, hold on. We're doing the bigger numbers first. So that's $1,000 between the unicorn farm and the purchases. And then we've got the 60 from you personally, and then $435 from the donation total on that. So that's $435 plus 60. That's $495 plus $1,000. That's $1,000. $1,495 out of. Let's do that. Money. 1,005. Yeah. Okay. And then we put that up there. And then we get rid of
Rux. Yo.
Rux. We can add some properties to this. Can we make the... Can we give it a background? Give it a black background. That didn't give it a background. Oh. There we go. We'll give it... We'll just do 100%. No, we'll do like 84. Cool. There we go. I'll just manually update it as we go. That way we can stop doing the math all the time.
I think everybody else knows that they're working with challenged people here.
Yeah. Okay. So. I also exit out of that. You can see more of my dashboard. Cool. Let's continue on with the mod. Okay.
We are on track to hit the goal, though, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yes. It would not hurt anybody's feelings if we exceed the goal, thanks to everybody involved.
Okay. Yeah, because last year the goal was 1,000, and we exceeded it by well over 1,000. Or, well... Yeah, well over $1,000. I don't exactly know how much it was. I don't remember entirely. But we're going to add the lens now so I don't get any fingerprints on the screen. But if we went over the $2,000 goal, I wouldn't be upset.
So does that mean the third annual is going to have a $3,000 goal?
I based this goal off of last year, so whatever we make this year, I'm hopefully going to add to it. We are a bigger channel than we were last year, by about 10,000 people. I'd hope that 10,000 people could make up a little bit more, but we'll see. Okay, we keep the touchpads. I usually don't keep the touchpads, but just in case someone wants the touchpads for some reason. They will be here. Move this out of the way. And that's stuck down.
You say the black ice is up, but I'm assuming that they still have some in stock.
Yes, as last time I checked, there were still 3 in stock. It's just not on my website. I'm not the distributor. I'm just the artiste. Okay. I'm going to install the other touchpad. Actually, no, I'm not. I was going to install it on the IR sensor, but I don't want to cover that up in case someone does want to use this with one of the few IR games.
So I got a dumb dad question.
Yep.
It used to be the Pokemon cards, right? And you do a lot of Pokemon themed stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Pokemon actual cards still a thing?
Oh, yeah. That's bigger than it used to be. The Pokemon card craze has picked back up since I believe it was Logan Paul got one of the original box sets and pulled like $1 million card or something like that.
What?
Yeah, some of those cards get ridiculous in price, but this because they're so old and rare, and if it's in good condition, it's gonna be worth a lot of money.
Holy smokes! I just didn't know with all the electronics out there and Pokemon Go and everything, if it was still just the old-fashioned.
Oh yeah, and they still do, like, Pokemon still holds tournaments for the actual game instead of just collecting, because there is a game involved with the trading card game.
Because that's the battle, right? You throw down a card and...
Mm-hmm. I don't really know how the card game works. I'm sure it's similar to the video game, but there's even a video game on the Game Boy that is the video game of the trading card game. I don't know how it works. I own it, but yeah, it's interesting.
Didn't you used to have a binder with some of the cards in it?
Oh yeah.
Do you still have it?
No, I think I sold it at one of our garage sales, but I don't think there's anything worth anything in my old collection. It'd be cool to look back at, but I'm not. That is one of the things from my childhood that I'm not torn up about not having anymore.
But there's stuff from your childhood that you are torn up about.
Oh yeah, I wish I would have kept my original. Even though I don't like the SP, I wish I would have kept my original SP. But there's no way I would have had the foresight for this.
Yours was the blue one?
No, Samantha's is the blue. That's another thing I kind of regret doing. Was when I started all of this, was because I missed my old platinum SP. I had the silver one.
Silver, yeah.
I took Samantha's that we still had, and because it was a little scratched up, I removed the stickers that she put all over it. I need to wrap up these wires somehow. But I removed the stickers, I cleaned it all up, and then I painted it silver. That's actually the silver one over here. I don't know if we go. No, that doesn't help. There's a silver SP right here. That's my sister's cobalt one that I painted over. But yeah, funny enough, Samantha and Will both had cobalt SPs growing up.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Will still has his, and I modded it recently for his birthday / Christmas. So.
Let's see. Try Hard Trav says, I have one of every Game Boy, but only modded my SP. But this stream is making me want to go mod all of them. LOL. Keep up the great work, Jake.
Thank you. I definitely recommend modding multiple, whether it's for charity or not. I don't know. As a collector, I prefer playing the games on the consoles they were meant for. And like, yeah, you could play every Game Boy game on a Game Boy Advance for the most part. But like, and it just doesn't feel right to play an original Game Boy game on a Game Boy Advance. Dang it, my brain's got all messed up. With these really long wires, it's kind of hard to put this one together. And then the sticker came off. Goodness gracious.
Everybody quiet while he focuses, please.
Yeah. I don't mind like emulation and stuff. But I definitely like for home consoles I prefer to have the controller that was for that console. Like it wouldn't feel right playing Dreamcast on an Xbox controller. It wouldn't feel right. It does not feel right playing a GameCube game without a GameCube controller. Mainly because the layout of that was just so different from any other controller. But like, especially for Game Boy games, that's why I made the Game Boy controllers for the Switch. If you haven't seen that video, you should check that out after this. But it's just, where are the screws? I'm missing there it is. I forgot where I was going. I don't know. I like modding all of them. I like having a modded Game Boy of every model.
That's why you modded the. Sorry, that's why you modded the. You started to say.
Oh, that's why I made the Game Boy, the DMG controller, and the GBA controller for Switch for NSL. Because when it just like you can play Tetris and stuff on the Nintendo Switch for the Game Boy emulation stuff, it just doesn't feel right to me without a Game Boy feeling in your hand. Whenever when I see Try Hard Trav, I just think of Travis Kelce. But see, that's an obsession. I have a little bit of an obsession with their podcast.
Yeah, it is. And I've been on here a couple times, and it's entertaining for sure.
Mm-hmm. I just like football.
Yeah. Try Hard Trav. I'm like that too. Like I spent money on authentic Pokemon games instead on a. Wait, I spent money on authentic Pokemon games instead on a flash cart because I want to play the games natively. When I want to emulate, I use my Mayu. What is it?
Miu Mini Plus.
Miu Mini Plus.
Yeah, that was trailing. Yeah, I don't emulate a ton, but as long as it feels like, if it's close, like Miu Mini's kind of close enough. It's way too small for me to play comfortably, but if it feels right, like I can play PlayStation games on my Steam Deck. In fact, I played the first 2 God of Wars on my Steam Deck. And that feels good enough because it's like the button layout makes sense. But I just can't play GameCube games on a controller that's not a GameCube controller. It does not feel right. And I just get confused on which button's which because my muscle memory is just there for the GameCube controller. If I had tried to play, I have tried to play like Strikers with a non-GameCube controller, and I have to look down at the controller every time. It just doesn't feel right.
The other day I come home and I asked if you heard about the sewing machine.
Yeah.
So on that note, is there something Pokemon? Is there something Game Boy related or in the world of Game Boy that is out there that you don't have that you would like to get?
I think it'd be cool to have the sewing machine, but it would take up so much space and I wouldn't know what to do with it other than keep it on a shelf. Yeah. I mean, it would be funny just to be able to sew something with the Game Boy, I don't know how much it's actually used.
How many are actually out there?
Not
And what do they
many.
want for them?
I think it's in like the 2000s range for monies, which is a lot for a actually I have no idea how much it costs to buy a sewing machine, but uh yeah, the thing it's technically in the Game Boy space, but I really want a Virtual Boy. That's something I've been looking for. I could buy one online, but there were less than 1 million of those made. It was a commercial failure. It was its own system. It was meant to bridge the gap because the N64 was late to market, and so they're like, we need something to fill the gap because PlayStation's already got their thing out and they are killing it, and our machine is not ready yet. So they made the Virtual Boy, and that flopped because it was, I believe, if not the first, it was one of the first 3D gaming experiences. But it failed. There were only like 12 games in total across all the regions.
What is it? Just internet based? Why do they call it the Virtual Boy?
It was a screen. It was goggles that it's on a stand and you look into it, and it's monochrome 3D. It's very cool. It would probably hurt your eyes because it hurt a lot of people's eyes. And I know you were pretty sensitive with the VR stuff.
Oh man, that messed with my head.
But that was pretty much the first VR thing, first real VR thing that walked, so VR could run.
So you had to sit still with your head pressed up against it. It wasn't strapped to.
It was not strapped to your head. It was sat on a stand.
No wonder it flopped.
Yeah.
How many people sit completely still?
Yeah. Yeah. But it's still a cool little thing. So,
Tryhard Trav says, Tryhard Trav, not Killa Trav, lol.
Yeah.
Travis Kelsey is the badder Travis of us Travises. DC says, back when Wind Waker released, Nintendo issued a re-release of Ocarina of Time for the GameCube. I played through that N64 game with a GameCube controller, you rebel.
That would feel weird too.
I don't even know you anymore, DC.
As much as I dislike the N64 controller, that would be weird. I just realized the screws were a little wonky there, but I didn't break anything. We're still good. I don't know why it didn't go in properly, but we're good. All right. If you were looking to get this one, this is only going to be $200, just because I think $250 would be a lot for this. It is a very cool shell, but $200 for this, and it is a little off center. But the nice thing about this, I know it's not start and select A and B. We can go down to height. No, it's a little confusing to adjust. Not height, it's horizontal and vertical. My apologies. I think I might have V&A swapped for the menu. For the games, it's fine, but for navigating the menu, it might be a little backwards. Actually, no, I think it's fine. Forget what I said.
I'm looking up. There's apparently 3 models of the sewing machine, and they're like $1,100 and up.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. You just hit select and B. I never know how to navigate these menus. I always forget. But I think we've proven that all of the buttons work. And I will say my favorite thing about extreme rate buttons, and a lot of people can attest to this. I think attest, is that the right word?
Yep.
Is that the start and select buttons are not full membrane. They are hard plastic, and it makes it's just so much better. Rubber is fine, but to know that it's gonna press down like every time, like the rubber will kind of bend as you press down on it for the full rubber membrane start and select, and it won't always press down even though you are pressing it down. But when it's hard plastic like this, you're having a better chance of actually pressing the button. So I like it so much more. Plus, it is stiffer, and it's a good thing for these to be stiff. But if it's all membrane, it's not good for it to be stiff. A little confusing, so I'm gonna shut up now.
And like that zoomed in look you can see that a little bit better. The shell, and
we'll show it
off a little bit.
But blue to purple, or purple to blue if you have it upside down. Also, the touchpad up here will change the color palette if you play an original Game Boy game. If you want to change the color palette to not just be the regular Game Boy Color palette, because the Game Boy Color will choose its own palette for some of those games. And the other one, wherever it may be, in this corner, is the brightness adjustment. If you don't want to open up the menu, but opening up the menu is select A and B, then you can navigate with select A and B. So, yeah, everything's working. Everything's good to go. So I'm going to list this now.
Get ready.
So the link is in the pinned chat from DC up at the top of the chat, or it's the top link in the description. I am going to list it now. So get ready. I'm going to take a picture. Again, there's about a 10-second delay, so start refreshing now. I'm going to peel this. I'm going to snap the picture. I'm going to add it to the listing, and then I'm going to add one to inventory. So go to camera here.
You said it's going to be $200, but again, you can always pay more. All goes to charity. You could take us to the next threshold on the dollar amount. Your name will be called out.
Yep.
You will be given cred.
And if you do think that this should be $250, you can pay that $250 with the tip. I know you just said that, but I said it differently.
You said it differently.
And I didn't give the countdown, but now it's up.
It's now up.
Bang. It is now live with a picture of it, and there's one in stock. So if you want it, go grab it right now.
Thanks again to
Hunter and to Mid-Pixel.
I was thinking about who donated the show.
Oh, thanks again to Extreme Rate.
We weren't on the same page on that.
No. And you can always be reminded of it, not in focus, but Extreme Rate is on the sticker. But we have already got Kyle buying this immediately. Boom. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Sold. So that adds another 200 bones.
Update
to the goal.
Oh, you're going to like that when you get it too. It just looks really good.
Yeah, it is very nice. What?
Oh, HK. HK got it. Okay, nice.
Oh, cool. Hyrulean Kyle. What's his name? Anyways, did we do the donation thing before or after Erwin's donation? What's the donation bar on YouTube say? Is it still 435 or is it?
Oh, I'm overlapped with yours. I don't know.
No, it just says on. What does the bar say?
Oh, 435.
Okay. Thank you.
Old person. I had to take some.
I know. You're a little slow. So we're gonna add.
I saved my molding for you.
We're gonna add 200 to that, so that's gonna be 1695 of $2,000. We can go over this goal if we want to, so you can still donate now. If you've missed out on the first three and you wanted one of those first three, you can donate the money you would have given for the Game Boy, or a little less, because that's a lot of money too. But for now, that is it for this one. Thanks again to Extreme Rate. Wrong way. Thank you to Extreme Rate for donating this, and again, thank you for donating the money for the IPS kit, because I did spend a lot of money for this charity event, so it is greatly appreciated that there was more help on the financial side for me for this. So thank you to Extreme Rate, and thank you to Kyle for purchasing this. Next up, we have another video to give myself a little bit of a break. That off to the side. This is another very special Game Boy. This is donated by me. So I will mention once again that Black Ice is in stock at Retro Modding. This is my time to shill for me. And subscribe if you haven't already. I don't know who's in here that hasn't already subscribed. I know everybody in chat is subscribed, because you have to be able to chat. But this is a very, very special Game Boy mod. Ow, as I pinch myself. Putting the battery in. Where did I just put the cover down? Am I blind? Oh, it's in the case. What?
I thought I saw it, but it's not. Okay.
But this is made with the Funny Playing Game Boy Advance motherboard. So but we should be back now. I will wait for everybody to hopefully get back in here. That is really disappointing. But the power flickered. Just for a second. And even if I brought my battery back up out here, it wouldn't have mattered, because the internet flickered. So, and that was what took so long, was waiting for the router to kick back on. So, yeah, power just went out. I don't think we overloaded it. I think it just happened. It's been happening a lot since the ice storm. Yeah. Gotta wait for people to come in here. We got 2 people in the chat. I'm gonna tweet the link. But go back here. Gotta find the link. Ugh. Everybody's slowly filing in here. Please re-like this stream, because this is unfortunately a new stream. I wonder if the fundraiser is even on here. I might have to add that, because it's a new stream. Yeah, I have to add the fundraiser. Okay. Yeah, this is just sucks. Okay. Now, if you refresh the stream, the charity event should be back up, and you should be able to see the donation total, and donation should be back on track to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. Again, please re-like the stream. Get it going for other people. Get in here. The only thing that's nice about this is hopefully more people will be in it because there was another notification sent out. Yeah, it's just because, I mean, Twitches has its bad things too, but I mean, it does if it if it didn't completely shut down my computer and the router and everything, it would have kept it going, but it does give like I think 30 seconds of grace, but it's just not enough time. So your mic's not even on. Probably for good reason.
Oh, what I said was very funny there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Recreated the event in Discord. I just recreated the event in Discord in the Power Surge. Nice. Can you do it again? All right, we got 21 people back in here. It's still not as high up as earlier, unfortunately. But we're cooking. Let's just recap for a second. We have. Oh, I need to put that back on screen. So maybe if
1,000.
we go here,
600.
my stream deck is not working.
$95. Raised so far.
Stream deck. Can you work now? Thank you. My webcam doesn't work. Oh boy. So much fun. This is not gonna be right. Why is... Oh, I love this so much.
It's getting there. Everybody's in here knows
There's nothing I can do about this though without shutting down the entire stream. So I don't know why it doesn't want to work.
World of Elite Gaming says, I am your fan. One of many.
I'm going to try replugging in the webcam.
Oh, wait.
It just doesn't. Oh, we're back in business. Finally.
Ooh.
Good grief. I'm so calm and not frustrated whatsoever right now. Okay, we got 25 people in here. Let's get the show back on the road, hopefully. Recap, please, Shopify. Would you like to work right now? Thank you.
Hit the like button again.
Yes.
It's a whole new stream. Oh, and we already got somebody threw down 50.
Skin Pixel, 50 euros. Thank you very much.
That's getting the party back started.
Thank you. I needed that one.
Yeah.
We have got a total of
1745.
Yeah. So I get to redo the source for the text that I created earlier for the donation goal because that didn't save. Let's see. We've got so plus that. So it's
we were at 1695 before the.
Did I add the Game Boy Color to it?
Yes.
I did. Okay. Yes. 1695 plus 50 euros. Oh, what does it say on the total on the bar?
It is. Oh, hold on. $4.99.
$4.99. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, math. $4.99. What was $4.35
plus 1,060?
No, hold on. What's 99 minus 35? That's 64, right? 64 plus.
I have a number in my head. It's plus 1260 plus the €50.
64 plus 1695. 1759 is the total.
Phew. The struggles are real.
Didn't read my 7. 1795. 2000.
Thanks again to everybody for donating your time, your money, sticking with us through the glitch.
And we can, because it didn't want to put the background color. I don't want a gradient. I don't want. Good grief.
It's getting there.
Maybe I shouldn't use Streamlabs anymore because it's just. Okay. 1795. I even mixed up the text too. 59. We'll watch the next video and everything will be good. We won't have to worry about any more mishaps. All right. As I was starting to say, the Game Boy Advance is very special because there's an all-new motherboard in it from Funny Playing. I paid for it. Funny Playing doesn't have anything to do with the charity event. I'll give them a little credit, but they didn't donate. But it is a bit of a ship of Theseus, if you will, which means it is a Game Boy Advance. But the only thing that is original is the CPU and the RAM. So it is a real Game Boy. It is not. It's not emulation. It's not FPGA. It's not any of that. It is a legit Game Boy. Just everything but the CPU and the RAM is aftermarket. So yeah, this is that. It is got an amp in it. So it's very loud.
I forgot how loud.
It's got LEDs in it. I'm gonna, just for example, so you can really know how loud this is.
Plug your ears.
It even picks up on my dad's mic, which is kind of far away. It's a very loud Game Boy. I don't know if this mic does it justice, but it's very loud. It's got all sorts of LED options. This is like a breathing cycle through all of the LED stuff, I believe. Is it holding A and B? Yeah, we'll cycle through stuff. I've got it set to all blue LEDs because I think it looks nice. But there's multiple different LED combo options, and you can change each LED individually. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt. But another cool thing, I apparently don't have an actual save file on this, but not just the amp and the LEDs, but this has sleep mode. If you press and hold select and then A and B, it turns everything off. The game still runs. It's not like a true sleep mode, but it turns off pretty much everything. I don't know if you can control it. You cannot control it while it's in sleep mode. Okay, cool. But the only bad thing about this, and I didn't mention in the video, I will before it's posted for regular YouTube. Sleep mode can be a little annoying depending on the game, because if you go to hit start and then you go into it, you can end up accidentally exiting out of the menu. So yeah, anyways, it is still really cool. Did I turn off the LEDs? There we go. But yeah, it's really cool. It works and functions just like a regular Game Boy with just upgrades to it. I like it a lot. It is a little difficult to do. It is definitely not a beginner's soldering job, but it's really cool. Even just putting it together, you'll see in just a few moments. I'm gonna pull up the video.
Turn off music
now.
Before.
I will turn off the music.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. And this might jump scare you because pulling up the video. I buy a lot. Okay. We'll make it full screen. We'll actually switch to it, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Please go share the stream with more people. Hopefully, we can get back up to the numbers we were at earlier. So, I'll see you in a minute. If I can find the right button. Nope, that's not it. I buy a lot of broken Game Boys. A lot of broken Game Boys. And I do fix most of them, but some are just too far gone for my skill level. I've been selling those ones to people who are more talented than me, but I wish there was a way I could just save the most important pieces from the super corroded boards without needing to save every little component. Oh, wait. Funny Playing made one of the coolest products in the Game Boy space. I have to stop and give them some serious props because with this board, if you have the skills to transplant the CPU, RAM, and speaker, you can have a brand new GBA motherboard with all sorts of upgrades. A new amped up speaker that actually sounds good, built-in LEDs that you can adjust individually with all sorts of animations, and my personal favorite, sleep mode. It doesn't work with flash carts, but hey, sleep mode is fantastic for original hardware. While yes, this is a bit of a ship of Theseus situation, this is still the original brains of the GBA. So this is still a real Game Boy unlike its FPGA counterparts. While FPGA is cool and all, it's still hardware emulation, so not every game plays 100% like the original console. Still pretty good when well executed, but I'm almost always going to reach for original hardware. For the most part, I like to play games the way they were meant to be played, with a few upgrades. That's a huge part of why I made a GBA controller for the Switch, so I can still play Switch Online games in the correct form factor. Speaking of which, in that video, I had to cut up a GBA motherboard for the controller. And all the way back then, I knew that I was going to reuse the remains for this very project. So, no parts wasted. Come at me. But even though we now have our donor, we still have a long road ahead of us. Step 1 is removing these two chips without ruining any of the teeny tiny pins on them. Simple enough, right? Just blast them with some hot air and flux and then lift them up. Oh, actually, it kind of was that simple. As long as you're patient, use plenty of flux, and get the area heated up well enough, you shouldn't have any issues removing them like me. You'll need a lot more patience for step 2 though. Step 2 is soldering the chips back onto the new board. I opted to add the tiniest little bit of solder to each of the pads on the board. Not too much because there still is some left on the pins on the RAM and CPU, and it's already really easy to bridge these tiny things. This is going to be the smallest soldering job I have ever done, even smaller than the Ultimate PS1 I modded recently. So it's definitely time to whip out the microscope. In all honesty, this was terrifying. Not only was I scared I was going to break something, but the thought of having to hold the RAM down with my finger so close to a 300 degrees Celsius melting stick was not exactly calming. So instead, I placed it down carefully and hoped it wouldn't move on me when I soldered it to the board. Everything was going to plan, and all I had to do was some tedious solder work to make sure every last pin was secured to the new board. When I was eventually done with the RAM, it was time to strap down its bigger brother, the CPU. Once again, I had to line up all the CPU pins on all of the pads. This was genuinely the hardest part as I now had to worry about pins on all four sides of the chip, and it would always move when I lifted my finger. Ultimately, I just locked one corner down and hoped the rest was close enough. After a bunch of micro adjustments and soldering, both chips were locked and loaded. All there was left to do was slap an IPS screen in, and oh yeah, I forgot we needed to add a speaker too. Wait, did you actually want to see me do an IPS mod for the millionth time? I've done it so many times, and I just did it under 8 minutes not too long ago. Fine, let's just run it back. Insulate the back of the screen, connect the ribbon cable to the screen, stick the screen down, solder the wires very carefully because you forgot to do that first, install the buttons and foam, quickly add a speaker because you forgot they don't include one for some strange reason, even though there's an amp in it and you probably want to get a new aftermarket speaker for the amp. Mush it all together, plug the 32-pin side of the ribbon cable in, screw it all down, and done. That was way faster than 8 minutes. Except I need to tear it all apart again, reflow the solder on the chips, and now we're in business, baby. Almost had it first try. I did have one weird issue on the first successful boot. It would read the game and fade to white, but then it was just stuck. At first, I thought I needed to take another stab at reflowing the solder, but before I opened it up again, I figured I should try to see what happens when I try an original cartridge, and it worked just fine. So I swapped back to a GBA game, and it was also just fine. I don't know if the switch on my cart slot was stuck or what, but I've had zero issues since then. It was all very odd. But honestly, I have no serious complaints with this mod. I did go into this pretty skeptical because normally funny playing products can have some fun little quirks you get to deal with. But this was genuinely a good experience, especially for how advanced this mod is. No pun intended. It adds features that would normally require extra time and money to add, or are even just impossible to add to an original motherboard. It still does seem a little sketchy since Funny Playing seems to have wiped the written tutorial from existence, unless they just never made one, but I swear I saw one a while ago. I was starting to think it was just a bad product because I had also heard some horror stories about it from some of my subscribers, but everything went fairly well for me, all things considered. I guess we should dive a little deeper into testing just to make sure. With this board, I used High-Speed Ito's V2 kit and ran the exact same tests as last time. Unfortunately, this board is not as efficient as the original motherboard, but it's not too bad. I was pulling 215 milliamps with these solid blue LEDs and no sound at the same brightness level as last time. No matter which IPS kit you use, this motherboard with no LEDs and no sound will draw about 25 to 35 more milliamps than the numbers you see on screen. Add around 15 milliamps if you play at max volume, and add 15 to 30 milliamps on top of that depending on the LED effect you use. Also, sleep mode draws about 90 milliamps. Obviously, it's going to drain more power with all the new additions, but with the benefit of sleep mode, I'm not complaining. But if I could share one itty bitty complaint though, I love how much customization there is with the LEDs. Don't get me wrong. There's different modes, effects, colors, saturation, and brightness levels. Oh my. But I wish there was a quick setting for like the solid colors of the rainbow, because to make all of the LEDs blue, I have to change them one LED at a time, cycling through the entire rainbow. It takes so long to change all the LEDs to just one solid color. But honestly, with all the options they give you, it's totally forgivable. At the very least, though, Funny Playing could do a better job of explaining how to change the LEDs. I just kind of stumbled upon it, and I still don't really know how I changed it. Just include a little business card with instructions. Easy peasy. It's gonna add like 2 cents to it. Oh no, big whoop. Other than that, this thing is fantastic. Dare I say, the coolest thing Funny Playing has ever done. Please do this with all the models. I'm begging. There are so many perfectly functional CPUs out there that are just on crusty boards begging to be saved. And as cool as some of those other replacement boards are, this one is much easier and doesn't require swapping over every single little tiny component. Most of this board is made up of brand new parts and is perfect for some of the Game Boys in my graveyard drawer. I genuinely cannot wait to do more of these. So what do you guys think? Are you going to try one of these? Have you already tried one of these? Let me know in those comments down below. I will say that this is not for beginners. You're definitely going to want to have some practice under your belt before attempting this mod. But at the same time, it wasn't as hard as I was expecting. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you're currently watching the charity stream, donate. What are you doing? And also get ready to buy this bad boy. And if you're new here, please subscribe. When you do, it makes me feel all warm inside. And shout out to all my channel members who got to watch this early. But anyways, like, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. I'm not as look as I dumb. Maybe I am. There we go. We are back. I'm going to do my due diligence of sharing on Twitter and stuff. I was trying to do that during the break, but I'm also trying to clean up. But you can stare at the Game Boy once again while I get this going. But yeah, this Game Boy was a lot of work, but it was well worth it. This will be listed at $250. It is really worth the price. Again, like the Game Boy Pocket Color, it will be hard to find a Game Boy at this price with this motherboard and IPS display and all of that, especially with the UV print on it. I didn't mean to do a Game Boy I didn't mean to do both with Squirtle and Blastoise, but it just happened that way.
Can you zoom in on it?
Yeah.
And this comes with the case too, you said?
With this?
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
it can. That's what the motherboard came in.
Oh.
So, for protection. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and tweet at the same time, but it's a little difficult to do that. So
Why? Let's see. Dimmy, what? I can't. I'm old and blind. I can't see.
Dim Leaf Fall.
Dimly Fall. This reminds me of Circuit Bent Musical Instruments, Ship of Thesis. Nice reference. Quote, if you replace a piece of Game Boy every day until there were no original pieces left, would you have the same Game Boy? Love the reference. It's still continuing, same person. This is truly amazing work, Jake. It is. It's definitely a mod with full brightness, full volume, etc. What's the battery life? Good question.
I don't know. I did as you saw in the video, I did do the testing, but I didn't do like a full battery test on it. It does draw a little bit more power than the original motherboard. I'm gonna guess probably anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, but I would have to do more testing or figure out math based off of my test from before. But I didn't think that far.
Your hands will give out before the batteries do, probably.
Probably. I don't know. You don't have enough faith in gamers.
So. Thank you, Harrison.
Harrison, we can add to this total to make it 1770.
Nice.
1770. I'm going to add the music back in here.
Good point. Ruck says it depends on the batteries too, for sure.
Yes, it also depends on the batteries.
Yeah.
And how good the battery cells are still. We got 28 people in here. Again, we're still trying to get back to the numbers we had before the power outage, but 19 likes. So please, if you are in here and you have not liked the stream, please do that. And if you think you liked it earlier, just double check, because again, we had to switch to a second stream when the power went out. I'm looking at the wrong area. Can I double click? There we go. We got 1770.
And if you're eyeballing this one, it is going to be going up pretty soon.
Yes, we will list that right now. I just wanted to get that tweet out, so hopefully maybe somebody would be able to see it and get in here, because again, the power surge kind of ruined things. But I'm going to list that now, so go click the link in the description. It's the top link in the description. If DC is in here still, we could get that link up in there, because it's no longer pinned in the top. But I've already got a picture and you saw the whole video, so I'm not going to add another picture. But again, 10-second delay. I'm going to count down 5 seconds. So by the time I start counting down, it'll probably already be up. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is now available for you to purchase. Again, $250. It is worth way more than that, but hopefully someone will buy that. I think someone will pretty fast. DC is on it. I'm on to my second drink. My throat is starting to dry up, so I need something else in me.
Pretty darn nice. Oh, there you go. There's the link. Pretty
Thank
darn nice all the way around. That'll surprise me if it doesn't sell pretty darn fast. But like I said before, I give up on guessing. Pretty excited about what's coming up too. Not gonna lie.
Yes. The next one is very cool. And I don't need any more batteries, so I'll leave the batteries in that for now. Yeah. I will put this off to the side. And we will move on. Thank you to me once again for donating that one. Oh, you're welcome. And
Yeah, special shout out to myself.
We've got an SP to do. This is the last one of the stream, and it is from Boxy Pixel. And if you know anything about Boxy Pixel, if you've heard that name before, you can probably guess what's coming. Maybe, maybe not. There's two options we've got here. But is it hinged? Is it hingeless? I've already kind of announced it. It's hinged. It's the all aluminum hinged SP. It will still hinge even though it is solid aluminum. And we've got aluminum buttons. We've also got plastic buttons because I guess we don't do L and R for the metal buttons, which is fine. Makes sense. You can't have too much metal rubbing on metal. But yeah.
Do not play this out in a lightning storm.
No. But let's see. They do give there's hex bit or hex screw options, but I prefer the Phillips heads. I don't know why. I know a lot of people like the hex bits, but I tend to strip those more often than Phillips head, and I don't really use mini hex bits. But anyways, I reckon metal buttons would rub and get stuck maybe. I've had that issue before. I will ask whoever buys it if they want me to switch it to the plastic buttons, but since it's mostly metal, I'm gonna do the metal one because that's what was included. They also did send in all plastic set, but we're gonna go with metal because it's cool.
Did you see DC's comment above that?
I did not. It's hinged, unlike me. That's a good one.
It is.
Okay. But I'm gonna dump these screws. Oh, goodness. And I'm gonna dump the buttons as well.
I also like the what?
And we have got a sale.
Sold. Nice.
Skin Pixel. Thank you. I'll say your in chat name because it popped up on PayPal there. But thank you very much. You have purchased the Game Boy Advance. That's what it's called. Just totally blanking on that. Wow.
Well, you're new to the Game Boy.
Yeah,
so.
I am new to this.
Yeah.
So. Thank you very much. I will add that to the total right now. Just make sure. It was in the Great British Pound, but let me make sure.
The conversion, man, that's getting us really close to the goal. Or
we're loading.
Is
we're loading.
Over.
Okay, I listed it at 250. Shopify changed it. They would just automatically do the conversion for you. Now they don't, and it's really annoying. I would like to know what it is in my currency, but it should be 250. If I had it set at 200, darn.
If that is, then we're at 1920. You're $80 away from your goal, and you still got people that could still donate.
Is British pound really that far ahead of the US dollar?
Huh.
Wow.
There's Skin Pixel on the chat. Thank you. The hearts. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for buying it.
Dang.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're at 1920.
Yeah,
We're
1920.
only $80 away from the goal, which could be there just with donations. And then when the last one sells, well over.
1920. I mean, if we did get to $2,000 before we even sell the Boxy Pixel one, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
What was the total from? Let me look up the total from last year, because I feel like we should at least beat last year's. I believe it was 2380.
Ooh.
So let me double check real quick. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Apparently, I've tweeted a lot since I tweeted about this recently. Or did I not tweet about it? I swear I tweeted about it a couple days ago. I guess I didn't. Is it in my... Okay, I guess I won't figure it out then. Oh, bookmarks. It's just in a weird spot.
Is Ruck saying we did... somebody anonymous just donated 20. Is Ruck saying we did the math wrong? 1770 plus 250 is 2020. Oh, yeah.
I was going off of what you said, so... We already beat the goal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well...
Plus another 20 from Anonymous. I don't know if you said that.
Yeah. So... We were just checking to see if anybody was paying attention. Good job, Rux.
So, 220, or 2020,
plus
2040.
2040. Already passed the goal. Thank you, everybody. Rux, thank you for double checking our math.
Oh, my finger slipped. The goal just went up.
What?
$2,500. Because I know we were just shy of $2,500. Apparently I didn't say the exact number last time. But we're gonna go with 2,500 as the new goal. It probably should have been that from the start. But thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
Because last year the goal was 1,000, and then we did 1,000 in just donations, which was really cool. And we did. I want to say the number in my head was 1,380 for donations, and then we did 1,000 in the Game Boy sales. So I believe it was 2,380 was the total.
That sounds about
right. So if we hit 2,500, if we at least match what we did last year, that would be awesome.
I know when you're saying we, you're talking about everybody involved in this. So
yes,
we.
That is a collective we. I know lately I've been trying to not say we when I talk about myself, because I do that a lot. But this is a time where I can say we. I don't know why I'm taking the metal shell apart, because we don't need to do that just yet. I will swap all of the correct bits and bobs here.
Steve Bass 87, greetings from Canada. I appreciate this so much as my wife's uncle suffers from Parkinson's. Much love. Much love back to you, Steve, and your family.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, my family has been affected by Parkinson's, and so the foundation means a lot to me. And I am very happy to support them, because they do very wonderful things, and they put a lot of the donation money to actual work. So it's a pretty cool charity. There we go.
I know that you don't toot your own horn, so
I don't have a horn.
I'm just going to say for a second, and I know that I speak for Mom and your sister and your grandparents. We're so proud of you, because here you're taking your birthday, which, let's be real, we all make our birthdays about us. It's about me, and you're doing the complete opposite. You're making it about others and supporting a very worthwhile cause when it could just all be all about you. So can't tell you how proud we are, how much we love you. And I know that everybody in this stream that's been a part of it shares the same thing. Love you.
Love you. Tomorrow will be all about me, though, because
for
tomorrow's
sure.
my actual birthday.
For sure. But, I mean, to give up your time and resources, money, and everybody else to contribute, it's special. It's fun to be a part of. I feel honored to be your dad and to be a part of this. So,
thank you.
What they say earlier, Steve said, much love. There you go. Much love. Dimly Fall says, how long nowadays does it take you to swap guts from a GBA SP to another one?
Depending on how many corners I cut, it definitely takes me less than 15 minutes. But this one will take me a little bit more than that. Plus, I don't want to go too fast. It's still, it's trying to find the balance of, I don't want to make this stream longer than it needs to be, but at the same time, the longer it is, the more time people have to donate, which no matter what, you can still donate to this until the end of the month. The charity event, the fundraiser, I guess is the right word, lasts for the rest of the month. And so you can continue to donate even afterwards. But once I get off the stream, it kind of just dies down for people wanting to donate when I can't just constantly shill. So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Michael J. Fox Foundation will take money year round.
Yes, they will. They will gladly
just use code Jake.
Yeah. They will gladly take money from you, and they will gladly send you a lot of mail throughout the rest of the year too. That is one thing. If you donate through this, you won't have to get a ton of mail in the mail.
Yeah. So. Oh my gosh, yes. Jake did this, and then he gets stuff
almost every week.
Yeah.
I get.
How would you like to donate? Donate more. And hello.
Which I get it. I'm not gonna knock on them too much. Their job.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna. This is a once a year thing.
Oh yeah. Well, you say once a year, but you started planning this and getting everything going. It's not like it's just today. Boom.
Yeah.
It takes some effort and time.
The past 3 months, I have been planning. This has been more longer than 3 months. In October, I started planning this and working on the videos. Took way longer than expected. Last year's videos were pretty easy. They were knocked out pretty fast. But doing 2 hard mods and making full-scale videos on them, that was tough. It took a lot. And just also trying to communicate with 4 different companies on this. Trying to get everything into the right place and the right parts.
Next year's going to be tougher getting Jamal to join. I mean, it's just...
No, Jamal Williams.
Just throwing it out there.
If he's not in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sure he can stick.
I need to find a way to reach out to him, but I don't think he has social media or anything like that. So.
Anybody that knows Jamal.
Yeah, if you know Jamal Williams.
Skin Pixel says, happy birthday. Just celebrated mine a few days ago. Was your birthday a few days ago, or you just celebrated it? Happy birthday, Skin Pixel.
Yes, happy birthday.
Your brother-in-law, your favorite brother-in-law, says, I'm proud of you too. Definitely awesome to do this on your birthday or the day before.
You're glad you married Samantha so you could be closer with me? Is that what you're trying to say? Well, there goes the hinge.
Jake's unhinged.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is about to be unhinged. Originally we weren't going to use this specific SP, but I changed it after the preparation stream I did yesterday. Because I learned that the caps for these, one doesn't come with caps for this SP shell, the metal SP shell, but also you can't even buy them separately or anything. So I figured instead of using cobalt hinge caps, we'd probably use black ones.
Look a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah. And I could have gone without the hinge caps, but it would look a little silly. So I think...
Now watch whoever buys it says, hey, can you swap those to the cobalt?
Yeah. If you ask, I probably won't fulfill that request.
Yeah.
Because it'll be very tough to do. I also need to reuse the membranes. I think that's the only other thing I need to reuse for this.
Gosh. Some comments. I'll read Rux's and your brother-in-law's. I'll let you decide if you want to read the next one. Rux says, I no longer have a birthday, for I am eternal. Hopefully I did justice to that comment. And William says, that's the main reason, LOL.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll let you decide if you want to read Joseph's.
I'll let the people read Joseph's comment. But I appreciate, I think, it.
Nature calls.
We got to clean these membranes up a little bit. Finally get to use one of my new toothbrushes. Teeth brushes? What's the plural for toothbrush? Anybody know? Teeth brush?
Teeth and brushing.
Toothbrushes? Teeth brushes? What would be I guess it would be the brushes are the plural.
But it would imply that you have multiple brushes.
Yeah, I've got two toothbrushes right here. So this is a toothbrush. Would this be teeth brush? Or would it could that's another option. Teeth brush, toothbrushes, teeth brushes. Or is it just toothbrush?
You would have to have a brush for each tooth if it was a toothbrush. So it's teeth brush. And if you had multiple, it would be teeth brushes. It's just common sense, really. Skin Pixel, haha, yeah, my birthday was a few days ago, but we got to celebrate life we got to celebrate life every day. The Blastoise will be a nice gift to myself.
Well, I'm glad I could help you with that. And I'm glad you could help with the charity.
Yes.
Where? Oh, they're underneath. Okay. It's always a little tough to clean membranes. Drives you a little insane, if you will.
Rux is stealing my joke. Toothbrush is how you know it was invented in West Virginia, since there's only one tooth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like boxing, Mom says.
Mm-hmm. Boxing. That is the plural for box. Boxing.
Yes, Rux, we use that joke around here, like surrounding community. Well, I wasn't going to throw out.
We don't live in Sweet Home, so.
No, but you might have, supporters.
I think even people in Sweet Home.
They probably laughing. I mean, I'll throw my hometown in there too, because
Eddyville.
I'll disparage Eddyville. We say, did you know that the toothbrush was invented in Sweet Home? And people were like, really? Yeah, because if it was invented anywhere else, it would be the teeth brush.
Okay, I'm going to flip this over because after a bunch of Game Boy mods, the mat is starting to get a little gross and this side is clean. But we are going to start doing the mod.
29 people, 28 likes. Not bad.
Actually, it's 30 people, 27 likes.
Oh, yeah, 30 on this one. Yeah.
I've got the most up-to-date look here. But, yes, if you haven't liked the stream already, please do like it. It'd be greatly appreciated. I always peel these, but you don't really need to peel the tape for this one. I believe you can use any IPS, any GBA SP IPS kit in this mod, but this one, the V5, is the best version for this because it's, I believe, as thick, if not close to the thickness of the OEM screen, and that is sized so it can fit the OEM screen. So it is recommended that you use the V5 screen with this mod. And what is cool about this, actually, I don't know. I was going to say something that I'm not totally sure on. But Boxypixel offers a etching service. So I don't know if you can buy another plate, just this back plate separately. But if you can, that'd be cool. And you could get this etched, and that way you'd only have to swap out this one piece that is really accessible with the 4 screws here.
I would think any place that does etching would probably do it too.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do it locally. But we're trying to shill for Boxypixel since
For
they're
sure.
generous.
Oh yeah. No, I don't want to take away from them.
Yeah. But you can also, if you just buy something from them, you can get it etched before they send it to you, which is really cool. I don't think I want to say when I was still doing custom orders, I think I did one where they got it etched, but I'm not super sure on that one. I know I've seen people like Bob Wolf do that. Yeah.
So if 25 of the people that are still watching, just 25 of the people, all just hopped on right now and did a $10 donation, if everybody did, that would, along with the sale of this, put you over your $2,500. I'm just saying it out loud.
Throwing it out there.
$10 each. That's 2 coffees probably for most people that you skip maybe this next week or 2.
For you millennials, an avocado toast.
Yep. All going to a great cause just to shortchange yourself a little convenience once or twice.
Yeah.
$10 each. Click the button.
We got to do one more little bit. Well, technically 2 more little bits of soldering because we got to solder the wire here. And then we got to solder the wire to the motherboard. So I'm going to get the motherboard back out here. And we can get the flux going. And my soldering iron is still not wanting to cooperate. Alright. The last little bit, we can get it to work enough. We're just going to add a little off to the side, but you can still see it. Going to add a little bit of solder to there. A little bit of solder to there. Don't move the soldering iron too much so it doesn't turn off. And then we'll come back to solder the last bit later because we need to route this through the other half of the shell. So this part is going to be a little tricky. There are these little plastic pieces. It's going to be kind of hard. You can see that on screen. We have to fit those into these spots right here. And then we have to put the 2 halves. We put it this way. Put the 2 halves together by putting the wire and ribbon cable through this slot. And apparently it wasn't that tricky. Just trying to close it now. There we go, because those plastic pieces don't really lock into place. They are kind of a loose fit, but we can put the hinges in on both sides. And then we can open it up. And we can open it. Trying to fit the hinge. Almost there. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. Just needed to close it up.
And watching on here, it doesn't look like fingerprints are showing on that.
I don't think so. I don't think they will show up on this. Maybe a little bit, depending on how oily your fingers are.
Or Cheeto-y.
Or Cheeto-y.
Dorito-y.
You better not be eating any chips when you're using this. I mean, you can do what you want. It's your money. But this something this beautiful, I think you should be wearing gloves. Maybe I should be wearing gloves.
And you didn't ask, but did you want me to sing the song at all?
Unfortunately, for copyright reasons, we shouldn't.
Otherwise, you would have me.
Yeah, that would be nice to fill the silences, but unfortunate, you don't know any copyright-free music to sing.
I could make up my own if you want.
I don't know.
Don't want to run that risk.
Feel right.
Don't want to close out on that note.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm not using the right screw here. I think I'm not using the right screw, so I'm not going to force it. Oh. Okay, so apparently there's only 2 motherboard screws in this one. That would explain why there's only 3 of these small screws left, and one of them needs to go up there. There's no screw post over here. Interesting. I wonder why. But now we can do the last bit of soldering. Just this one little wire.
How was that, Rux? That was dedicated to you. He told me to sing the sound of silence, so that last little bit was for him. Dimly Fall says, I've been looking at that metal GBA. I hope I get it.
I could see this being the one that everybody wants too. So I think that was just confirmation that it'll go almost instantly. But I know people love their SPs. And I know people love metal shells. So I think it's just a recipe for greatness. Okay, let's put in the buttons. Once again, I am going to do the metal buttons because this is a metal Game Boy. But if the purchaser wants me to swap the buttons out for the plastic ones, I can do that. I can also just include the plastic buttons if you would rather me do that. And you can do it yourself because these are all Phillips heads, so it shouldn't be too hard for anybody to get into.
Was that too loud, Rux?
And so we will have to do L and R. That's the other things I need from the original shell is the springs and the other thing. Where are they? They're hiding from me. And the speaker. But that's a given. That's normal. Where did I put? Oh, it's over here. Okay. And fortunately, there is no light pipe. They did not include one. They do sell one because it's not the original one, but I don't think it's a big deal. The LEDs are right over the top of those holes, so you should still know when you're charging and how much power you got. Was I supposed to do anything else? No. And there's only the 2 motherboard screws on the top and the left. before we get too much deeper into it, I'm gonna. Oh yeah. I don't think these are gonna get stuck. Oh, I just noticed this is gonna be hard to pick up on camera. But dang, that looks good. The start and select buttons are little boxy pixel logos. You can see it in the shine a little bit. I don't know if I can rotate it. Not really, but the little boxy pixel logos. That's cute. Okay, back to business. We can get.
I see it now. I had to wait.
Oh, yeah.
You can't hold it up for me to see. Yeah.
The delay for you. Get these springs out. So that was for L. Yeah, L. And we can put the L and R buttons will be plastic, not metal though. And the power switch is not.
Esteban Garcia says, I'm curious, but can it fit a bigger battery with more capacity in the new boxy pixel shell?
That's a great question that I don't have an answer to. This does have a brand new battery for it, though. So it is going to be better than the original. It should be better than the original battery. But I don't know. I know that they sell battery cells that are like bigger. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, and I don't want to give a wrong answer. So I'm gonna say maybe.
Rux is saying he thinks it's compatible with originally sized batteries.
It is compatible. Yeah, these are. It's made for original size batteries.
So I'm just wondering, what is the expected battery life of that?
Great question. I mean, this one is 850 milliamp hours, 3.7 volts. The original one is 600, I believe. You can't really fit too much more battery juice into a cell that size. But there are some that like remove the plastic because there's plastic surrounding this battery. Batteries within it, so you can get like a little bit more out of it, but I don't know how much more. And the battery cover is screwed in. We don't need that screwed in right now, and we can put the plastic button in for the power, or the plastic power switch in. We can put these two halves together. Line everything up. Hold on. L and R. Oh, my power switch fell out. Try that again. Maybe we'll go power switch in the bottom half this time. See if we can. Oh, okay, we got L in. Need to get R in there. Now L and R are not in it. The power switch is swapped to the other side now. I don't know why it's not. I think it leans a little bit forward.
See, I can't see because the computer's blocking me, so I literally have to wait for the delay on the tablet I'm reading off of.
Okay, let's see if we can. Little tough. Hopefully that just means the tolerances are tight. I just can't lock that in. And I can't put L and R in the other half because it needs to lock into these posts here. 50. chat. Got R in. That's the first. Oh, nope. Dang it. And R came out.
And you can't flip it over because the board would fall out the other way?
The springs have to be locked into the back half. So. Anybody has done this in the chat and wants to give me some advice, be greatly appreciated. We got Ellen, I think, maybe. So let's try and finagle R in. I just don't know.
Could you, if I ran and got you some tape and you just taped
No.
to the edge, outer edge? No?
No, because it's just I think what's happening is the posts are being pulled inward. There's nothing that I could tape it to get it to settle in correctly.
I was thinking, like, if this is the corner of you tape it like this, if it would
I don't
hold.
think so.
No.
Apparently, this is the hardest part of the entire stream.
Skin Pixel wants to know, do you remember your first Game Boy you ever took apart?
I think the first one I took apart was a Game Boy Color. Might have been the SP. I really just want to mash it, but I don't want to break anything.
Well, that's what Rux is saying. Just do it. And Dimly Falls saying, you got this, Jake.
If I had one suggestion for Boxy Pixel,
what would it be? We don't know.
Oh,
that sounded good.
I'm holding it down with all of my might. I don't want it to lift up and come out. I think I got it. Where's my screwdriver? That's got the battery screw on it. I think I can't. Oh, I need to.
Good thing the screwdriver is magnetic.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I think one of the screws is gonna have to be a hex screw, because I think we're missing. Oh, is that it? Nope, that's a piece of plastic. That's still a piece of plastic. Okay. Yeah, we're missing one of the Phillips screws that we need for this. We've got one for the battery door.
It didn't drop on the floor, did it?
I don't think so. Good luck finding it on the floor. If I do find it, I will replace it later. It's very easily accessible, so I'm not worried about it. Let's not worry about it right now, Father. But if I find... There you go. Thankfully, he included the other set of screws. And by he, I mean Nick from Boxy Pixel. I believe he's the owner. That's who I've talked to in the past about this stuff. I don't know which bit fits this. I believe it's that one. I think I guessed. We got one set of hex. I guess I could make all of these hex ones, but it doesn't matter. Let's put in the game. Make sure everything is still working. I do like that. I will say that. This is nice. Being able to see the cart.
That's
You're
cool. Saying it, but I can't see still. So. Yeah, now I do. Yep.
That's why I did that. One thing I'm immediately noticing, and this is no hate. This is just, it's heavy. But this is going to be a little loose because its hinges made for plastic. It seems to be good on the way down, but the way up, it is very... It's a little loose. But, again, hinges meant for plastic, not for metal. I'm going to put the little softening
It
thing
looks good.
up here. So hopefully you don't do any damage when you're opening and closing this.
So, Dim Leaf, you have one of these?
Or is he the one that's going for it?
I don't remember now. I have to go back through the...
Okay. I don't know if there's a peel on this or not. If there's a peel, you can peel it off. It seems pretty hard still. But either way, let's just test it. But like I said, either way, let's just test it. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. Sound is working. A, B. Not wanting to focus on the screen. R and L.
No, I imagine
Or
I'll love the weight
black.
once I end up getting it, or if I end up getting it.
All of the buttons are working. The brightness button's a little hard to press just because it's a deep groove and the button should probably be a little bit taller. But start and select are fine because my thumbs fit in the groove, and A and B press pretty well. I don't think these are going to get stuck. I think the tolerances on this are actually really good. I remember... Well, okay. Not to knock anybody else, but there's another metal SP shell out there that I had troubles with the SP metal buttons with the metal shell, because if you pressed it too hard and you did a little bit of a twisting motion, which sounds like, why would you do a twisting motion when you're trying to press a button? It's just something that happened. I didn't actually do that, but when I was playing Metroid with it, it would get caught because it would get twisted when it was pressed down, and then it would get stuck, and then I have to untwist it, and I'm like trying to do it with some force, and it won't do that. So I think the SP metal buttons here are pretty good.
So, Dim Leaf fault. No, it did not get stuck.
It did not get stuck. For some reason, the power switch didn't work the first time, but it seems to be fine. So cool. There is that.
Sounds like it's going to be going up on a site for sale pretty soon.
Think we should just go ahead and do that. I know there's already people in here.
33 a minute ago?
There are already people in here
32?
that want to get this Game Boy. But I'm going to put out one last tweet to say, hey, it's here. If you want it, come get it. Because I know a lot of people were probably looking forward to this one. So, to get a Game Boy for charity from
Good luck to those who are wanting to get it.
Boxy. I feel like Boxy Pixel's got... Does Boxy Pixel have
Hyphen?
a Twitter?
Oh.
I don't know if Boxy Pixel has a Twitter. So I'm just going to say I'm not going to tag them because I don't know if that's them.
Last item up for purchase to be able to give to the Michael J. Fox Foundation, but you can still give if you had been hoping to buy something and you ended up getting beat out by somebody else quicker on the clicker. Then take some of that money and just donate it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for everybody who has participated, again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes. All right, I'm going to take a picture of it so I don't use... I've been using someone else's picture of it that I found online. Because obviously I didn't have it. I might have to clean the power switch again. So I will do that before it's sent out. But I've been using someone else's picture to advertise this because I hadn't had it built until now. So thank you to whoever that was. Don't know who you are, but I appreciate it. And we'll add that to the listing. I'm going to add it to the tweet. And
sold already?
No, because I haven't listed
it
yet.
Okay. That's right.
Don't get anybody's hopes up, but get ready.
Don't crush anybody's hopes.
Link is in the chat. Link is in the description. I would start refreshing now because, again, 10-second delay. And I'm slowly going over to the app. I'm also going to remove this picture. So it's only the picture of what I took. Save that.
Counting down.
Going to slowly go over. Adding one to inventory. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is live. It is active. Go get it. It's the last chance to buy something where the money goes to charity. I thought for a second I just found that last screw, but again, it's the same piece of plastic that keeps tripping me up.
Sold.
Is it? I haven't gotten the email.
There's a picture, and it says sold out.
Have you refreshed it?
I did.
Have you refreshed it again?
I'll do it. Okay.
I haven't gotten a notification. Did I not actually?
I hit refresh again.
Add it to inventory.
Wait, maybe that's it.
I still haven't gotten a notification yet.
It shows the fresh picture, and it says sold out, but
I'm guessing I didn't add one to inventory.
Oh.
I'm going to give it a couple more seconds here. Because the last order was from for the GBA.
Keep hitting refresh, people.
Hold on. Please don't be down, Shopify. Okay, no, it says there's one in inventory.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still active.
All right.
If you refresh, maybe it now.
There's active. Okay, now it's up.
Technical difficulties, apparently. Let me make sure.
I'm going to give it 8 seconds before it sells. 8, 7, 6.
Sit here. Take
5,
a drink.
4, 3, 2.
Boom. Got it.
Boom. Dim leaf? Boo! Yeah.
He says it in the chat. Scott? Is that you, Scott? Because Scott just got it.
Boom.
That's it.
And update your...
Oh, yeah? Have we had any more donations since then that I need to add in there?
I was going crazy for a second with the technical difficulties.
I think all the donations are in there.
I believe so, unless somebody wants to throw in some last-second cheddar.
If anybody at all wants to add it in.
Nice, dim leaf.
Make sure... Up. Come on. Let me get in there. There. That's $22.90. $22.90. Oops. That enter would just
Dim Leafs also ordered the Glacier this morning. You gonna put them both in the same package?
I can do that. I don't know if maybe, possibly. Yeah, probably. They're both SPs, so it should fit. I have two sizes of boxes. If it fits,
boxing.
Yeah, 2 sizes of boxing. If it fits, then if it fits in the bigger size box, then I can.
Only $210 away from your $2,500 goal, but
we did hit our goal.
Oh yeah, we exceeded the original.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, thank you, everybody for exceeding that.
Someone wants to donate $100. That would officially put us $10 over last year.
Oh, yeah.
So, saying could be last year. I will sit here. Let's recap as much as we can. Unfortunately, because the charity event or the first half of the charity event is not in this stream, I can't read off everybody's donations. That's something that I was wanting to do. I don't know if I can. Maybe I'll be able to find it. Hold on.
But you can also recap everybody who bought, right? Boughten.
Hold on.
Okay.
I will recap that in a moment. I don't know why I'm looking here. In this link, you might hear Austin Evans for a second. No? Okay, cool. Wait,
Dim
no.
Leaf, while you're looking that up, Dim Leaf says, thank you, Jake and Jake's dad, so much for the stream and the charity. What an amazing day. Thanks for keeping me company all day. Basically, at work, today is a day to remember. Absolutely.
Hello. Nope, I don't need to hear my voice. Maybe. I don't know why my computer's a little laggy. I know we're streaming, but it's a nice PC. Okay. Is the live chat not in here? Dang. Because if I could access the chat, then I could see all the people who donated, but I guess I can't. Unfortunate. But I will shout out a few people that I remember chatting in or sending in some donations. Anonymous was one of them. Anonymous was the biggest donator, I think. We got Skin Pixel with 50 euros. We got Harrison with $11. We got Anonymous with another 20. That's all I can see as of right now. Unfortunately, I know Lars donated. I know that DC donated. Erwin donated. I apologize if anybody else donated and I didn't say. I'm not saying it right now. My brain doesn't work that well. Not right now, at least. And then I will thank all the people who have bought a Game Boy today. We've got, starting from the top, we had Flavio. Am I saying that right? Flavio?
You said earlier. Yep,
Okay.
yep, you did. Yep.
Flavio bought the Confetti Boy. Brought to us by Retro Modding. So thank you to Retro Modding and Flavio. We got Hunter who bought the Game Boy Pocket Color, and thanks to Natalie for doing that. I'm gonna go full screen so you can see my face here, and so I don't accidentally leak anybody's addresses. And then we got Kyle. Thank you to Kyle for buying the Extreme Rate Game Boy Color. Thank you to Extreme Rate for donating the parts for that. Thank you to me for donating the parts for the GBA, and thank you to Carl Skin Pixel for buying that. And thank you to Scott for buying the Boxy Pixel Hinged SP. And thank you to Boxy Pixel for donating that. I'm a little too close to the camera. But yeah, it was a pretty good day today.
It was a very good day.
We've got, I guess I don't have the donation counter. We'll copy that and we'll go face cam and we'll paste. Boom. That doesn't reflect neither the fundraiser total on YouTube's end. Neither that nor our new goal reflects what we did today. But I don't know where I was going with that. I just lost
Well,
my
if
entire train of
people
thought.
people
It's
are
been 4
watching
hours.
this now or later, they're going to be looking at the slide scale and go, "Well, that's not what it says in the upper right." Well,
Yeah.
there's what we determined $560 that isn't showing in the cash, and the sales of the actual Game Boys don't show in the slide scale. So that's why you have the manual one up in the upper right to make a little more sense.
Yeah. And plus, having the fundraiser thing in there just makes it so I don't have to hold on to too much money to give to the charity. So I don't want to hold on to the money. I don't want the money in my hands at all. Really, it makes me uncomfortable holding that much money for charity. Some people like to hold on to that for 6 years, but we're late in the stream, so I'm getting a little crazy. But thank you to everybody who showed out. Thank you, showed up, showed here. I'm losing it. It's been 4.5 hours almost. And thank you to everybody who stayed, who came back when the power went out. I think since this kind of went a little haywire, I might try and stitch the two together and re-upload this as a video probably tomorrow because it'll take a long time. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that one. But thank you to everybody who showed up, and thank you to everybody who donated. I'm kind of rambling at this point, and I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. At least my throat's starting to hurt a little bit. So I think I'm going to end it here. Last year, there was someone who donated last second, right after I ended stream.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So, and it was a lot of money. So if you are waiting to do a big donation at the end here, please do it now.
Yeah.
Because I want to give you credit on stream. So please, if there's any last minute donations that anybody wants to do, please do it now. You can still donate through the rest of the month. I believe midnight, the end of January 31st or February 1st is the cutoff for it. Any and all ad revenue throughout this stream and the announcement video that I did, that will go towards the charity as well. It is already just done through YouTube stuff. I don't know how many ads you guys have gotten throughout the stream. It's supposed to be automatically done by YouTube. I don't know. But again, thank you all for being here. And thank you all for donating. Still rambling, trying to get any last second donations.
Thank you, everybody, for being a part of this, and happy birthday, Jake.
Thank you. Yeah, again, if you want to give me a present, donate to charity. This charity specifically would be nice. A lot of people do it for the kids. We're doing it for the old people this time. So.
Shout out to old people.
Shout out to old people. But that is gonna be it for this stream. I am gonna change the website back to normal, and just so we're clear, since all of those mods from today have sold, I keep looking at the wrong camera. I'm gonna swap it back to the regular website, and any other sales on the website, it's my profit. Okay, I can't afford to give all of it to charity. But thank you for showing up, and thank you for donating for the 18th millionth time. I almost forgot to do my sign out because I'm losing it here. But I will see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. And then we can still do the regular wait 5 seconds ish to hit the end.